would be a miracle. You've achieved it. How does that feel?
Yeah, for sure. If we come back at the past, and yes, it was very, very difficult, to explain this exploit about Tottenham, and yeah, but we're enjoying a lot what we did, and for me, I didn't lift trophy in this season, and like in the past, like in the past. But if I have to be honest, and to see the path, and to see the difficulty, and to come in since November in a difficult situation with a team that they were struggling a lot, in a difficult league like the England league is very difficult. I think to reach to get a place in Champions League, I have to consider this a really big achievement for me and for my players, and also the club. I think consider this a big achievement, and after 3 years, and Tottenham is able to play again in the Champions League. For us, it's very important because the best players, the best coaches want to play this competition, this trophy, and yeah, we must be pleased to possibility to have Sonny. The big effort that the team, they will, they decide of their teammates to help him to become top scorer. It means that there is a great atmosphere into the dressing room, and it means that the players are really a good person, not only good players. Yeah, we were good to match today, these two targets, to get a place in Champions League, and then to allow Sonny to win the Golden Boot. Yes.
Antonio, you said there about how Champions League makes it easier, best coaches, best players. How much of a difference then does it make to your future here at Tottenham, being in the Champions League?
Yeah, but for sure, it's important. It's important. Don't forget our path, and don't forget what happened. What happened in the last few years, and because in the last time that Tottenham played in the Champions, it will be very important to also in January were not, but it will be very important. Don't forget, don't listen. For sure, there are
players and standard of opposition next season. How much strengthening do you think the squad needs to be able to be competitive, not only in the Premier League but also in the Champions League?
Yeah, but today I think is not right. No, it's not right to speak about this topic. But today I think is really important to celebrate this big achievement, and but for sure, you know very well, to become competitive and to be ready to fight for something important. You need to improve a lot in many aspects, and I know only one word is work, but at the same time, and everybody has to do the right part, in this process. And but for sure we need to improve a lot, because Next season the league will be very difficult, but for all the teams, because with 5 substitutions you can change during the game. You can change a game if the bench is strong, like the top team, like this season. City, Chelsea, United, and Liverpool. Yeah, you need to improve a lot your squad under quality aspect, under numerical aspect, because you have to face in England for competition 3 national competition and then one Champions League.
How many new players would you like in Tottenham?
But honestly, and I in this moment it's very difficult for me to speak now about this, and I'm very tired. I'm very tired, and because my I was really focused to try to get this big achievement, because I repeat, first of all, it was a big achievement for myself, and despite I didn't lift trophy, for me this is a big achievement, because in a short time, in a short period, in a difficult situation, I worked a lot with my players to bring this club to play the Champions League, and I want to consider this qualification like a trophy in myself, not because I know that in Palmares there is not qualification for, but in my mind, my heart, in my head, I know what we did in these 7 months, me, my staff, and the players, and now I want to celebrate. Then we'll have time to speak also with the club to about everything. Yeah.
Antonio, the way you're talking is as if you're definitely staying, but can you just confirm to us that you are staying?
Yeah, but you know, and I'm under contract until next summer. You know very well that I signed for one year and 7 months, and I enjoyed a lot to my time in Tottenham, because I repeat, for me it was a big challenge. It was a big challenge, and to come in during the season for a coach like me is not easy, is not simple, but it was a big challenge in a club, in a modern club, in a club with a fantastic stadium, a fantastic training ground, and I knew what the situation that I could find, no? To give me the opportunity to work in the way that I want. In one end. In the other end, you know very well that I'm a person that I have ambition, no? I have ambition, and I like to fight for something important. I like to fight to lift trophy, and for me this is a trophy, and I'm very happy, and then we'll see. And I always say to you that at the end of the season, I speak with the club, and we'll find the best solution for me and for the club.
Would that be before you go on holiday? Would that be before you go on holiday?
Yeah, but now I think that is for me and for the club, for the player, is good to go and to have 3, 4, 5 days of rest, and then with the mind will be very clear, no? And then you can consider the whole season. I think that you have to be very calm and before to speak, before to talk, because now and a lot of emotion in my mind, in my heart, for the club, for me, for everybody. For this reason, it will be very good to rest for 4 or 5 days, and then to have a good meeting with the club and to try to find the best possible solution.
What's going on, people? We are Tottenham TV, and smiles all round in the Tottenham campus. Tottenham battered Norwich 5-0 in the final game of the season to seal Champions League qualification. Come on. Absolutely love it. Absolutely. Scenes yesterday at Carrow Road. And I think, I came into the game quite nervous during the week, but when we woke up on the day, Sim, it was your birthday. I mean, what better birthday present you can get? And it was just like,
what a birthday.
I woke up and when we were in Norwich, the sun was shining. I was feeling relaxed, and I didn't think there was going to be anything but a Spurs battering yesterday. And it felt like that from the beginning, and it was just good vibes all round. Yeah, the first 5-10 minutes of the game were a bit nervy, but once we got that goal, it was just one-way traffic, wasn't it?
Yeah, we seemed very, very like the experienced team, the calm head that we have been in recent weeks. And I think it's been the polar opposite across North London. I think we went into the game yesterday, as much as the fan base was panicking and getting worried about Tottenham doing a Spursy, I think the players were the opposite. I think they were confident in themselves. They trust the manager. They trust themselves to get the job done. And we knew what we were up against, and we didn't get fazed by what the situation was. We needed 1 point, and we didn't go there to make sure we kept a clean sheet. We went there to make sure we absolutely won the game. And I think we got the job done with minimum fuss, and it was a brilliant day in the end. There was some great goals scored, brilliant day for Son as well, brilliant day for the fans, and a great birthday for me. I couldn't have wished for anything better, honestly.
Exactly. To qualify for the Champions League. For the Champions League on your birthday is absolutely sensational stuff. But let's talk about the actual game, because I think, like I said, I think the first 5-10 minutes it did look a little bit nervy. Nothing over the top or anything like that, but we were still getting our chances. Norwich pretty much had one shot on goal that went wide pretty much the whole game, and it was just complete one-way traffic. Bentancur, I thought, was brilliant with 2 assists. Kulusevski was a thorn in their side for pretty much all game. And kind of after we got that second goal, it all just came about getting Sonny that golden boot. That's what it became.
Yeah, it became literally mission gets on the golden boot, and that's how it turned out. Obviously, yeah. Look, first half, I think, we were always on top. I think Norwich had a few moments, but nothing really. I don't remember any shots on goal. The one shot they had, Dyer gave them a chance, didn't he? And they hit it wide. I think that was a 1-0 anyway.
That was it, yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty much their only opportunity of the game. It did seem pretty much from the off it was only going to be a matter of time before we really till we got a goal. Kane, before we got the first goal, had a few chances as well, forcing Tim Krul into a save and having a few block shots, and had a header, I think. So we were looking on it from the off, I felt, in terms of chances. And then, look, it was only after 16 minutes that we took the lead. It was very, very early on.
Felt like a lot longer than that.
It did, yeah. It felt like, look back, it was 16 minutes. I thought it was half an hour in, because it felt like, because we were just so desperate to get the ball rolling. But another brilliant team move. Another Conte, another goal from the Conte playbook. Bentancur running into the space, getting found, definitely onside. And look, he probably should have taken it on himself, but he thought he'd square it to Kulu. And he obviously we got the opening goal. I don't know why, but it's a bit of a trend though in those kind of situations, and to try and lay it off when you can. It's obviously, if you remember that Son chance at City when we got the first goal. He could. Another time he would have scored that, but he laid it off.
Like sweaty FIFA play, you know what I mean? It's
yeah, but I wonder.
Get the goal. That's what's the most important thing. It doesn't matter. The optics of the goal. Square it to the guy who's got the easier chance and more chance to get the goal.
I just wonder whether that's an instruction from Conte. Like, if you're in that position, if you fear free man, always pass it or something like that. I don't know. So that was in there. That's interesting.
Very different to the chance a bit later on, though, when Kulusevski rounded the keeper.
Yeah, very different. Very different.
Kulusevski rounds the keeper, and Sonny's there, and Sonny hadn't scored at that time. And everyone's like, square it to Sonny,
just give him a tap in.
And he had a complete open goal, and then he basically got caught in 2 minds and ended up tripping up.
Yeah, he got very confused. Obviously, the second goal they completely gave to us. They're playing out of the back. They're sloppy. Tim Krul, who usually has a great game against us, and people were saying, oh, God, not Tim Krul. Pinpoint, who had a good game in the end.
Put it back to the thumb and restart the dongle. Right, we are back. Sorry about that, guys, but it should be good now. But what were we saying? We're talking about the first half.
Yeah, we're saying how for the second goal, it was pretty much given to us. Everyone's worried about Tim Krul, but he gives us a second goal, and then we go into halftime 2-0. It's pretty plain sailing, and then it becomes a mission to get Sonny that golden boot, and we actually tried as we might at the start, and it looked like it wasn't going to happen for him because Kane laid one on for him across the face of goal that hits Tim Krul pretty much on the goal line. Kulusevski rounds the keeper and tries to lay one off for him, and he ends up screwing that one up, and he underhits the pass or shot, whatever he was trying to do. I'm not 100% sure in the end. I'm not sure he's 100% sure either, and that one gets screwed up. And then Son goes through one-on-one with the keeper, and you're thinking, okay, now's his opportunity, and then he screwed that one up. So you're like, oh my God, is it ever going to happen for him? But luckily, I think literally a couple seconds after that one-on-one, the moment came from Lucas Moura, by the way. No, first of all, I think we went 3-0 up. Kulusevski with a brilliant goal, by the way.
Well, yeah, Kulu scored that goal just after he screwed up going around the keeper.
That's right.
And
That's
then,
right.
Like, he gets the ball just inside the box, cuts in, and he's like, no messing around this time.
I'm
messing around this
exactly.
time, and just slots it right into the top corner. And then a few minutes after that, Sonny gets his goal. And then a few minutes after that, he scores that brilliant goal as well.
Yeah.
Probably the hardest chance of the day that he had.
Yeah, definitely by far. But talk about Kulusevski's goal for a sec. Something I'm desperate to see more of him. Something I've been saying consistently, that this guy has a dynamite shot on his left foot into the far corner, and I think this is the first time we've really seen it in action in a Spurs shot. Although it is his 5th goal, we haven't really seen that curler into the far corner yet from Kulu, and hopefully that'll be the first of many, because that was dynamite. That
really
finish
was. And I said it to you at the time. I was like, this is the chance. This is the kind of finish that we've been waiting for since he's come. All those highlights we've seen from him in Juventus, using that lovely left foot of his, and we saw it on show yesterday, and it was just great to see. And now Kulu came in January, last day of the window. I think it's 5 goals and 8 assists now this season. Brilliant return.
In 18 games, yeah.
Brilliant return.
Unbelievable. What a signing he has been. Absolute revelation. And I can't wait for him to be, start from the off under a pre-season under Conte. It's going to be brilliant. He's used to playing Champions League.
This is the only place I want to be.
Exactly. He said, I'm fully Tottenham. He said, I'm so happy here. He loves the stadium, loves the fans, loves the manager, he loves the group. He seems really, really happy, and maybe he just needed a change of scenery from Juventus, and Juventus not in a good place right now anyway. So maybe it just wasn't a good place for him. But look, can't wait for more of Kulu next season, when hopefully he goes from strength to strength. But then after that, Kulu got the job done, 3-0. Then it was like, okay, Son's missed all his chances. Let's just try and give everything to Son. And he came off immediately, pretty much after he scored, Kulusevski. Moura came on, and to be fair to him, he was just laying on assist after assist.
Moura was brilliant when he came on.
Sonny.
And that assist, actually, when Sonny scored his first goal, was a brilliant little flick, wasn't it?
Yeah, he did the same for the one-on-one as well.
He did,
Two flicks, literally within a minute of each other.
Did you watch Sonny's interview after the game? That 5-minute one, I think it was from Spurs that they put up.
No.
Oh, it was brilliant. He was saying that that everyone was going on saying to him on the pitch, like when he was missing these chances, come on, Sonny, you can do it. Like, nobody really cared about the game anymore.
Yeah,
it was all about Sonny just getting that golden boot. And he said, Lucas was saying to him, trust me, Sonny, I'm going to keep laying it on a plate for you. I'm going to keep laying it on a plate. Højbjerg was saying behind him, come on, Sonny, you got this, you can do it. Conte on the sidelines was saying, come on, Sonny, you've got this. And he was just talking about, everyone was just in full support of just him getting that golden boot.
And he should have had more than 3, to be honest. But
look,
his 2 finishes were clinical, Sonny, as ever. The first one, lovely layout from Lucas, and he just had to slot it home, and a confident finish into the corner. Then obviously his second goal was just trademark Sonny. Cuts in from the left into the far corner. He can do that in his sleep, Sonny. How many times have we seen him do that on that side of the box?
You trust him more in that situation than on a one-on-one.
Yeah,
situation.
Honestly, you just know he can find the corner 9 times out of 10. He's gonna burst the net.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable, mate. He is finishing from that position outside the box. That whip he gets into the far corner is second to none. I don't think a player in Europe can match him right now with that finish.
And when we're like 3-0 up away at Norwich and the game's pretty much done, and he's scoring those goals, you just saw how much it meant to him, didn't you? And how much it meant to the fans as well.
Yeah.
Because it went wild. The place went berserk. You saw Sonny went absolutely berserk as well. And it's just a shame. It puts a little dampener that Salah scored right at the end. But at the end of the day, they share the golden boot. And Sonny had enough chances to win it outright yesterday.
Yeah, I was about to say, do you think he has a tiny bit of regret he didn't finish more of those chances?
I do. A tiny bit, but I don't think it matters that much.
He has the golden boot.
It doesn't matter that much. He holds up the trophy, and great personal accolade for him. Look, I think it puts a tiny bit of a dampener on it, but I don't think he'll matter.
And just and think back as well. Just what an absolute legend Sonny is, like, for Tottenham right now. Like, when you couldn't have imagined that in 2015 when we signed him, this guy was going to be a Premier League Golden Boot winner. That is an incredible achievement.
He's like our 5th or 6th top goal scorer now, or something like that.
Yeah, he must be getting high up in the ranks.
He's up there. You got to say he's probably the best Asian footballer to grace this in these lands. You know what I mean? In England.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, the closest comes to him probably Ji-sung Park.
Yeah, and I think he's much better than Ji-sung Park.
Much better, yeah. So
one of the best Asian players of all time, you have to say.
No penalties as well.
Yeah, exactly. So Salah had 5 penalties in that 23 goals, and Son didn't have any. If Son was taking our penalties, he could end up on nearly 30, probably, wouldn't he? Yeah. Look, but I just think what an incredible achievement to be Golden Boot winner for Heung-min Son. And he's been so consistent over the last pretty much since his first season. He's been very, very consistent, and he's been getting better and better. And you think of a player like Son, who relies so much on sharpness and pace and things like that. You would have thought, once he starts getting into his late 20s, is he going to start slowing down? Is he is his peak younger? Someone like Aaron Lennon, who peaked quite young, and then, once he hit his late 20s, was never the same player. But Son seems to be getting better with age. Every year seems to be adding more to his game, seems to be improving. And hopefully, he goes from strength to strength and he improves even more as a player. And I think we've got one of the deadliest forwards in Europe right now in Heung-min Son. And now, I think he's rightly, everyone was... there was always discussions who's more important, who's better, Kane and Son. First of all, I don't think those discussions are needed. And second of all, I think Son rightly now is level importance and quality with Kane right now.
What a front three we have. I mean, you talk about Sonny being one of the most feared forwards in Europe. You got to say we have to have one of the most feared front threes in Europe. You got to say that. Harry Kane, one of the best strikers in world football, if not the best. He's up there with the likes of Benzema and Lewandowski and people like that. And you got Kulusevski, a young up and coming player who's absolutely brilliant, and he's well beyond his years. Kulusevski, well beyond his years, and he looks like such a mature player for the age that he is. I mean, this front three is absolutely dynamite, and I can't wait for them to have a pre-season together, gel together. A few other players to help them out as well. I mean, it's exciting times.
I can't wait. And I think Kane and Son, they outscored every player in the Premier League since Conte took over. No one scored more than them. Yeah. In fact, apparently I read as well that if you just took Son's goals just for since Conte took over, that beats any other season he's had overall. So
how many has he got since Conte's come in? About 17? 19.
19 since Conte took over.
and Kane has got, 17 since he's
got 16.
16 since
Conte took over. And 8 assists as well.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Yeah. That partnership is just electric. Unbelievable that they got over the line. I think those three. No, surely no one scored more than those three since January, since Kulusevski's come. I can't think. Surely not. So it's been an unbelievable achievement. And then obviously the back line. I think the back line deserves so much credit. The forward line obviously gets loads of credit because it's been banging the goals. But look, 5 goals conceded in the last 11 games. 16 clean sheets now. For the season. Sanchez coming in for the last 3 games and keeping 3 clean sheets when, Romero was getting loads of praise and he was playing really well, and would have been difficult for him to come in that scenario and shoulder that burden that Romero had in the team. But Dyer was leading the way come the end. Davis, Sanchez were brilliant at the back. Emerson's come a long way in the last 2 weeks. Sessegnon as well has been brilliant. And Lloris, I think, has had, you could argue, one of his best seasons in a Tottenham shirt.
No, I completely agree. And I want to go back to your point on Ryan Sessegnon, because I really think Ryan Sessegnon in the last couple of weeks is really coming of age now. I think he's playing his best football in a Spurs shirt. You're really seeing him get to grips with the Antonio Conte system as well. Defensively, really good. Going forward as well, he's always creating an option for us. So I'm loving Ryan Sessegnon at the moment. And I agree with Antonio Conte when he said there's a special player in there. And I think Antonio is going to unearth that. And I think he's starting to already. Yeah,
and his final ball is decision making in the final third is really definitely improving. Defensively, I think he's been pretty good for a lot of the season defensively. You know, he's come up against the best wingers and come out on top in a lot of cases. So he's been brilliant. And I think Emerson last 2 weeks have got to give him credit. I just think Conte's really shorn up our back line, and that's been. And just remember the days under. The late days under Poch and under Mourinho, even though under Mourinho we had some good defensive performances, we haven't seen defensive consistency like this for a very long time. And we look so difficult to score against now. Even in the games where we were struggling, we were always very defensively solid and we always look very difficult to score against. And that's all down to Antonio Conte. And he's got imagine a year ago we're talking about Davis and Dyer being one of the first names in a very solid backline, under Antonio Conte, especially Ben Davis, who has come on leaps and bounds since Conte's come in. I'm so proud of him, and I'm so proud of Dyer as well for how they've stepped up and performed. And massive credit to the backline and to Conte for shoring up the defence. I think the defence is a big part of why we're in top four now and why we've got that Champions League spot.
Yeah, and if you cast your mind back to March, maybe February, March time, I think it was, maybe even the beginning stages of April, when it was just win, draw, win, loss, win, loss. It's the consistency in the last 10 games that has really got us to the fore here in this Champions League. I mean, how consistent have we been the last 10, 11 games? I think we've won like 8 of them or something, 7 or 8 of them, and drawn 1 and lost 1 or whatever it may be, around those figures. And when you look at it compared to like Arsenal, they've just gone the complete other way, haven't they?
Yeah.
And that's what's got us there. It's the consistency, it's the know-how from Conte, and it's the experienced players that have really pushed us through now in this top 4 race. And we have to back him, man. We have to back him.
Yeah, that's the main look. We've been hearing a lot of words now coming out from journalists and the club and from the players saying they expect Conte to be backed. The players are saying Conte knows exactly who he wants and what he needs. Eric Dyer is saying everyone's loving playing under Conte, and everyone feels like we're in a very critical moment as a club. I don't think we haven't been in such a strong position for a long time.
Probably since the Champions League final.
Yeah, probably since then. And even then, it was a bit different, because then we were coming, as much as we were attractive and got a Champions League final, we finished top 4, we were coming to a different spiral, a different era as a club, and we needed a refresh. But now we're in a different space under Conte. Now it's just the start of his era, and we're in a very, very strong position in all aspects. We've been in the stadium now for a full season. All these different elements coming into it. So I think we're in a very, very strong position this summer, and we just have to make sure that we give Conte everything he needs to compete. Because if he has that, then there's no doubt about it, we're going to be competing next season. And it's very, very exciting right now to be a Tottenham fan. You wouldn't have thought it back in November that it was going to be very exciting, but it is. Yeah. And I think I'm just hoping we don't mess it up again, because we've been in similar positions where we've messed it up and we haven't done things right. But I'm hoping it's different this time. And the noises are it is.
I think this is the strongest position in the Premier League this club has been in. I think maybe back then when we had prime Poch and stuff like that, we weren't competing with as good teams as maybe Liverpool and Man City. Those teams were still going through their refresh and rebuilds and coming up. But with the money that we've got available now, with the new stadium, with Antonio Conte at the helm, I really think this could be the start of something really special at Tottenham now. I genuinely believe it. And like I said before, Antonio is showing now that he can get results against the best teams in England 2 draws against
consistent
Liverpool
basis,
this
yeah.
season, 2 wins against Man City this season. Yes, fine, one of them was under Nuno, but he went to the Etihad and he won, and rightly so. It's like, not, these games aren't even lucky wins, you know. They're well-deserved victories and draws, where even in the draws we deserve to probably win both those games. So if he gets back this this summer, that is going to shore us up against the teams that maybe we have been dropping points up against this season, and hopefully we can keep up that good work against the bigger teams, and that will put us in very, very good stead next season. And if that happens, I mean, if we get back, I'm looking at no less than 3rd for next season, no less than 3rd.
There's no reason why we shouldn't be competing for that. As you know, we don't know what the situation Chelsea are going to be in next season, but if they're not in a strong position, there's no reason why we can't compete for 3rd and compete for trophies that Conte's, you know, competed for you know, throughout his career. He has got a good record in the domestic cups, other clubs. So, I mean, there's so much to look forward to now. There's so much to think about during the summer, and let's just hope that the hierarchy has learned lessons from the past, and hopefully Paratici helps with that as well. And they've got a lot of work to do, but it can be done. And are hoping this club are heading in the direction we all hoped they would be, you know, for all these years ago. And you got to say, you know, they did bite the bullet. They appointed Conte, the hierarchy, in November, as much as it was probably a few months too late, but they did it just enough in time to get top 4.
Just about, yeah.
Just about, but they did it. They did. Well, look, at the end of the day, we did get top 4. So they did, you know, probably any more, if they waited any longer, we wouldn't have, I think.
Look.
So, and I have to say, they did the right thing. And I'm not going to start, unless things are going wrong, I'm not going to start saying I want these out and them out. And I'm just going to say, as I said, when Conte got appointed, I like that appointment. I'm happy with that move. And I'm not going to criticise them for doing the right thing.
It's a
start. And as long as I keep doing that, that's the thing, yeah.
It's a start. And look, at the end of the day, we've had massive says on the board and ENIC, and we've been very vocal in our opinions of Daniel Levy and ENIC and what they've done to this club over the last couple of years. But as much as you lay into someone, you have to give credit where it's due. And right now, I think credit is due for bringing in Antonio Conte, and credit will be massively due if he gets back this summer. But that's a big question mark still.
Of course it is.
So I want to see what happens this summer before I reserve any judgment right there. But I think if it goes the way that I want it to go, and he does get backed and Spurs are on to bigger and better things, I'm willing to put that all aside. I really am.
Yeah, 100%. Because I can't, if we want Tottenham to start acting like a club that can compete with the best and win trophies and stuff like that, then appointing Antonio Conte and giving him what he needs to compete is exactly what that looks like. And I can't start, you know, spitting my dummy out just because they've done wrong things in the past. It's all about learning from those things and moving on. And I'm willing to I'm not saying forget, but I'm willing to move past their past discrepancies if they get this right, and that's for sure. And hopefully they will.
It's got to be a consistent thing. It can't just be this summer and that's it. You know, it's got to be a consistent acting like a big club all the time now. It can't just be look like one summer off. We've got Conte. If we don't back him, he's going to leave. It needs to be this every single transfer window. I'm not saying spend 300 million every transfer window, but act like a big club. Make those key additions that you need to make every year. That's what it needs to be now.
And let's hope they do it, and let's hope they hear it. And I'm sure they don't need hearing it from us, because I'm sure they're getting it from Conte. That's for sure. And yeah, look, and in terms of so obviously we've got top 4. We've got the Golden Boot. So brilliant end to the season. Champions League football coming back to White Hart Lane. I can't wait for that Champions League music. Arsenal back in Europa League.
What, that Champions League music? Did you say Champions League music?
Can't wait for that Champions League. It's going to be incredible. And I think from an Arsenal perspective, you got to say, they absolutely bottled it at the end.
They shut the bed.
They completely shut the bed. We pipped them at the post, and I think we showed our experience. We said during the season that in the run-in, we have players who have been there and done it. As much as people call us bottlers and all these kind of things, Kane and Son and Dyer and Davis and Bentancur and Kulusevski and Lloris have all been part of teams that consistently play Champions League football and consistently know what it takes to get over the line, to get into the top 4 and all these things. So we have the players with the experience there. So I expected calmer heads from our side than theirs. And it's mad, the narrative surrounding Mikel Arteta. I think it's crazy. that how much leeway everyone's giving him for the job he's done at Arsenal. I think it's crazy. You think about it, he took over a team that finished fifth and got to a Europa League final. That's the team he took over, right? And then he's gone on to finish eighth. Then eighth again with that, and then knocked out of Europe. No European football. Gone into
That team that finished fifth, by the way, we're very close to the Champions League.
Yeah, they're 1 point off.
That's what I'm saying. It
So-
was a Aubameyang penalty miss away from Champions League
Yeah.
qualification.
He then got them to eighth. He then got them to another eighth with no European football. So he got them knocked. He had a Europa League team, then got them knocked out Europa, and then after a season with one game a week, good for most of the season had little injury problems and stuff like that. They've finished fifth and back in Europa League, and that's seen as overachievement because he's taken them back into Europa from where he took over them from.
Yeah.
How is that overachievement? That's what you took over from. That's crazy. I don't
know why. I don't know why he gets so
think
much
it's
leeway. If
crazy.
he does this job at any other top side, he would have been gone a long time ago.
Not even just his job. I don't think any other manager except Arteta gets that leeway.
Yeah.
What other manager apart
mean,
from
look,
Arteta? Even at Arsenal, I don't think any other manager except
Unai Emery
Mikey.
got sacked for less.
So much less. He got fifth.
Yeah.
Emery got sacked because he was in eighth, not finishing eighth.
Just be a bit
Crazy.
quiet. Let them keep
Crazy.
making these decisions. Let them keep making these decisions. At the end of the day, Arteta was speaking before the game, day before the game, and he was like, we should be so proud. No club has ever done this with such a young squad. Excuse me, did you not see the 15-16 season last season at White Hart Lane? Average age was exactly the same, and we were in a title challenge. Never mind scraping for top four.
Exactly. So
what are you chatting about, Mikel Arteta? You don't know what you're
he's a
talking
walking
about.
contradiction. A week ago, he was asked at his press conference, "Would you be celebrate even though if you don't get top four, would you still celebrate? Europa League and being fifth place?" He was like, "No, we only want Champions League." This was when it was still in their hands. He was like, "We only want Champions League, and there's nothing to celebrate except for if we get top four. That's the main thing." And then after they lose to Newcastle, he's like, we're going to look back at the season and think we overachieved and we did a lot. We did a lot this season. I think actually no one expected us to do. I'm like, oh my god, this guy, the contradictions.
Gossip Mikel Arteta.
Exactly.
He knows exactly what you need.
I think Arsenal fans confuse what rival fans expect of them and what they should expect of themselves. You know what I mean? At the beginning of the season, in Arteta's third season, you know what I mean? When he's had all that money to spend, if you're Arsenal Football Club, when you've given a manager 3 seasons, you have to expect a top four challenge. You have to expect that. You know what I mean?
How long is this process supposed to be?
You have to expect any manager at Tottenham, if they've been there for 3 seasons, they're not challenging for top four by then goodbye. You know what I mean?
In the second season for top four, it's probably goodbye.
Exactly. So I don't know what they expect. We were never expected to be. Yeah, we as rival fans were taking the piss out of you. That's one thing. But you as an Arsenal fan should expect that of your club. Yeah. And so this whole narrative that fifth is a massive overachievement because they finished eighth last season, give over. It's absolute nonsense. Honestly, they finished fifth. They bottled top four. They're going to have European football next season. They're going to have two games a week. It's going to be much harder next. I think they're deluded to think that this progression means it's going to be easier to challenge for top four next season. It's going to be 10 times harder for them to challenge.
10 times harder next season. 10 times harder next season.
They need 2 strikers to come in because they're getting rid of Nketiah, Lacazette, and they got rid of Aubameyang. They're in trouble, Arsenal. I'm going to make a prediction. I don't think he lasts the season next season.
I've already said that.
I
said that as soon as they got battered to us at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. I said a bad start for Arsenal next season. He's gone by November.
If it's that bad, like they're completely out of the top 4 race, I think he's gone. Yeah,
I agree.
I agree with that. I think he's in trouble.
Cast your mind back to when we did the videos with Lee and Bavs and stuff like that. They were saying, "Oh, how can you say that Spurs have a bigger future than Arsenal? How can you say that?" Well, it looks pretty evident right now who has the better future. They were saying, "Oh, how can you put Kulusevski over Saka?" Saka hasn't turned up since then, and Kulusevski is probably one of the brightest prospects in the Premier League. Not shitting on Saka, by the way, because I think he's a very good player. Just I think Kulusevski's better than him. And everything that they were saying and we were arguing about.
Yeah, we said we were a better team.
Has aged very, very well.
For us.
Yes, for us.
We were arguing who's got a better team right now, and Babs are 4 points ahead. How can you say we're 4 points ahead? Well, we stuck to our guns. I know you're 4 points ahead, but we're a better team. I know that, and I've seen it on the pitch from what I see. And we've got a better manager, got better players, we're the better team, and so it's proved over the last few games of the season. And now all of a sudden they're saying, "Oh yeah, we were never expecting." Oh yeah, you know, in Ketia we had all these players. We were never expecting top four. Well, what happened to you being a better team? What happened?
I love it when all these
What
Arsenal
happened?
fans, like when they were above us, they were like, "Oh, the table doesn't lie. The table doesn't lie. Oh, does the table lie now? Does it? Okay then. Oh, all right."
It's brilliant. I think it's brilliant. The U-turn that they've turned about, we're so good, Arteta project. Now it's like, we were never expecting this. We weren't
We
expecting
got
that.
Super Mick Arteta.
You just enjoy the whoa. You enjoy that. You
And
take
we'll
it.
enjoy this.
You
We'll
take it.
enjoy this. The Champions League music. The champions.
Oh man, I can't wait for next season now.
Yeah.
Can't wait for next season. It's going to be brilliant.
It really is. And yeah, that is our review. I mean, it kind of drifted off into a bit of a Spurs and Arsenal thing, but absolute sensational scenes at Carrow Road yesterday. I mean,
And before we move on, just want to say as well for the if you saw Ben yesterday in the vlog, he was sporting that lovely Heung-min Son t-shirt.
Yeah.
If you want to get your hands on it, the link is pinned to the chat right now. Get
also
yourself
in the description, yeah.
And in the description, get yourself a Heung-min Son shirt and an Italian job shirt if you want to appreciate it, because Conte's going to be here, mate. Conte's staying. He's here with Paratici. So get yourselves one of these t-shirts. They're great stuff.
Since the Golden Boot goal yesterday, pretty much these Son t-shirts have been flying off the shelves.
Yeah,
so,
running out of
Get them while you can, my friends. Get them while you can. I was wearing it, obviously, in the vlog yesterday, and a few people in the comments are saying, where can I get one? A few people in the stadium were saying, brilliant t-shirt, mate. So yeah, get yourself some of those t-shirts and celebrate Son's Golden Boot and celebrate the Italian era going down at Spurs at the moment with Don Paratici and Don Conte as well. So everyone, thanks for joining in. Thanks for watching our match review today, and we shall move on to Twitter Reacts.
Give me a sec.
And just before we move on to Twitter Reacts, let's look at some super chats. Joseph says, thank you, lads, for all the content you have provided for our entertainment. So buzzing to be in the Champions League. We as a fan base need to get behind Conte in raising the standards of our club. Come on, you Spurs. And yeah, 100%. And I think that I've never actually, since maybe prime Pochettino, the Champions League run, I don't think this club has ever been as together as it is right now. You see the fan base are completely together. There's an amazing vibe going on with this team now. Antonio Conte has literally been the glue to bring this club all together, and I'm loving every second of it. But thanks for the super chat, Joseph. Secret Limited saying, thank you for the 21-22 season memories on We Are Tottenham TV. Shout out to Sim, Grandpa, Brian, Coach, Stel, Iggy, Josh, Rez, the production crew, and Ashley. Well, where was my thanks? You left me out there. What's going on? Nah, but thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Scorpions fan for life with the super chat saying, big shout out to Ben and Sim and all the regulars. What a season. Iggy and Bob never gave up. Stel and Brian never saw this coming. Spurs is a roller coaster. It absolutely is. Absolutely is. And I am loving every second of it now. I mean, I wasn't loving it earlier on in the season. You know, I was getting a lot of anxiety. You know, results weren't going our way. Win, loss, no consistency. But ever since that consistency has knuckled down for Spurs now, we have looked like a formidable outfit. Sonny and Kane, Kulusevski, everyone in the midfield. Bentancur, I think he's been massive for us coming in. I think Højbjerg has been massively underrated this season as well. And obviously the defence has stood up strong. So yeah, big up. Next up is THFC Caveman saying, cheers lads for all your hard work and great stream. Big up. Big and bright things are coming soon. Spursy no more. To bottle it is to be Goonerish. Oh, what a night. And yeah, exactly. I think that Spursy tag is diminishing now. And instead of Spursy, they should call it Arsey, because that's what it is now. Arsenal are the big bottle jobs in the Premier League. And they have been for a while, let's be honest. They have been for a while. That was our 6th year ahead of them. 6th year. Unbelievable. Bob Spur TV, big up Bob, says, expected it, wanted it, believed it, achieved it. When do you feel like we saw Conte Spurs, guys? Thank you for the content this season, lads. When did Conte Spurs get born? It's got to be either that Man City game or that Leicester game. I think those were very key moments in terms of like changing the season and different paths of the season. I think you could definitely like earmark those two games, but I think that ever since Conte's come in, you've seen dramatic increases. Even when we were kind of in that bad consistency, it was still miles away to what we were under Nuno. Ryan Isaacs Kennard, big up Ryan. He says, this is a message to all the Levy inners. We're happy. Us Levy outers are happy. We are back in the Champions League. And I think it's important to all be together as a fan base now. And enjoy the good moments that are ahead. Enjoy these champions. Enjoy these European days while Arsenal are stuck on Thursday night football. And I think it's very, like I said, very important for all of us to stick together. And like we have been over the past couple of weeks. Incognito Joe with the super chat saying, Arteta seemed in denial after losing to us. Didn't seem to take any accountability for the lack of discipline. Absolutely. Absolutely. Arteta... What more do we need to say on Arteta, to be honest? He's an absolute train wreck of a manager. Absolute train wreck. He should just go back to putting the cones out for Pep. To be honest, no, he shouldn't. He should stay at Arsenal because that's where he's best. I mean, I said it before. I think Arteta and Arsenal suit each other down to a T. They are perfect for each other. Absolutely perfect. So long may it continue, people. Dark Sun G with the super chat saying top 4 equals happy. Kane and Conte equals new contracts for both. I mean, if we can get both those contracts signed this summer, I don't know where this club can go. The ceiling is going to be very high for this football club if both of them sign long-term contracts. And I think the proof is in the pudding. The proof is in the pudding. So anyway, let's... move on to Twitter Reacts in 1 second. But I'm loving all the positivity in the live chat today. David Harris, I see you. Rez, I see you. And I want to mention these two guys, Rez and David Harris. First of all, David Harris, Irish Hotspur, obviously go and subscribe to him. He has done an unbelievable job on the pre-match pump-ups all year.
Pumping everyone up from day one.
Exactly. Even when times were hard under Nuno, at the beginning stages of Antonio Conte, it was hard to look forward to games. It was hard to get up for games, and he did such a brilliant job pumping everyone up, making everyone believe that we can go into any game to win it. And he's backed us to get top 4 all season. And yeah, he's been vindicated. And Rez obviously, he come in a bit later on in the season, but he's been working with us quite a lot recently, and I think he has been an absolutely amazing addition to the channel. He did an amazing job on all the watch-alongs, but especially the last watch-along where he had to do the fan show as well on his own. So big up to Rez. Looking forward to working with all you guys over the summer and next season as well. And I just wanted to say a massive thank you to you both. So big up.
100%. Absolutely 100%. Agree with that. What's this comment here? Brojero says, Korea is having a beautiful night now because of Heung-min Son. I think Tottenham Hotspur, who has a wonderful morning, will do the same. From Korea, thank you. We are Tottenham TV. Big up to you. Big up.
And I'm just loving all these messages coming through. I mean, Twitter was going mad at it saying, thank you for all your content and thank you for this, thank you for that. But
brilliant.
At the end of the day, we need to thank all you guys out there for coming and taking the time out of your day and coming to watch us because we can put content out as much as we want, but it's you guys that come and watch it. So big up to you guys that show us your loyal support week in, week out.
Yeah, it's definitely been a journey this season, but the payoff has been incredible, and couldn't have asked for a better end to the season, and I'm so happy and proud of my team, and that's what it's all about. But yeah, thank you all you guys out there for all the support you give us. It's been an incredible season, and look, now we've got Champions League to look. You got Champions League vlogs and streams and watch-alongs to look forward to next season. So get pumped, people, because we're coming.
Exactly. So we got 1,900, nearly 2,000 people watching right now.
Big up to you people.
368 likes. So everyone scroll down and smash that like button because you haven't heard about algorithms in a long time, guys. And maybe for one time more this season, you're going to hear about it. But look, get those likes up and hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Is it time to get into Twitter Reacts?
Yeah, I think we can look at it now.
All right, let's get into it.
All right. So first of all, we had, which I thought was a brilliant tweet, we had Eric Dyer commenting on the PFA Player of the Year nominees, saying
Yes,
23 goals, no pens, and there's a gif of Gugu where asking, "Where's Son?" which I think is absolutely spot on. Where was Son in those nominations? And I think Eric Dyer completely agreeing with that.
Absolutely.
Which I thought was absolutely brilliant. Obviously, there's Spurs releasing the end of season speech from Heung-min Son, and then everyone celebrating. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Very wholesome content. There's going to be a lot of wholesome content coming in this Twitter Reacts. But there's
I've actually, I was lying in bed last night just watching a few of the highlights, match of the day, all the tweets coming through. And when I was looking at my Twitter timeline, I was just thinking to myself, I cannot wait for Twitter Reacts tomorrow. Here we are. Exactly.
Absolutely fantastic. Tottenham tweeting out "Dare Dream Done."
Exactly.
Emerson Royale with the check mark as well. Do you reckon he's going to be around for Champions League football next season?
It's a big question. It's an interesting one. I'm not too sure, to be honest. I think that it depends what kind of targets present themselves in the summer. I think that's what it comes down to. I think if we can get bigger and better players in, I think he might move on.
Yeah, but do look, to be fair to him, he's done well.
Yeah, you got to give him credit where
Got
credit's due.
Yeah.
He's been a big part of why this season ended so well for us.
I agree. We need him to step up, and he has. Charlie Eccleshare says, in the worst top four race ever that no one wants to win, both Tottenham and Arsenal finished with more points than the average for fourth in the previous 3 seasons.
You know, people saying like, oh, this is the worst top four race in ages. But I remember like every year this kind of happens. People like teams that are going for fourth lose a lot of games, and like nobody wants. How many times have you heard that statement? Oh, nobody wants top four. It's
because top four is a fourth place team is usually a team who is a team that's big enough that they think they should be aspiring for bigger things, but don't have quite the consistency yet. So every time they lose, like a disaster of a big club.
Yeah.
But actually, it's probably right. And also, so we finished on 71 points. That's very respectable for a top four team.
Yeah.
That's not like a really low total.
Yeah, when you look at our first half of the season, it's just mental.
We've had a very good second half of the season. Jamie Weir says the back three of Sanchez, Dyer and Davis, none of whom are even good enough for League One, if you believe some of the more poisonous corners of Twitter, finishes the season with 3 consecutive clean sheets. And also, it's important to note that Sanchez started the first 3 games and got 3 clean sheets, and finished the last 3 games and got 3 clean sheets.
Very symmetrical.
Yeah, and look, I think you got to give him credit.
You do have to give him
because I think
credit.
actually as well with Sanchez, as much as I think he did have a bit of an iffy period in the middle of the season when we played at Chelsea in that period in January, when we didn't quite have a settled back line. I think other than that, he started the season brilliantly, if you remember. He had a great start to the season under Nuno. And I think there were times under Conte as well, he was looking really good. So I think actually he's had a fairly good season overall.
In terms of Sanchez, are you happy to keep him? Or do you think he can generate quite a bit of money, so it's probably a good move?
Yeah, I think you still. I think because you can get a fair bit for him. I reckon you can get between 25 and 30 million still.
But you know, if you get 35 to whatever it is, 25 to 30 million, like you say, you're still going to need to buy another guy to play backup to Romero.
Yeah, but you're getting
unless you play Tanganga there, but I don't know about Tanganga.
No, I would sign someone, but someone more suited to how Conte wants to play. I think as much as Sanchez is good, and I think he's stepped up well, I still don't think he's quite the right fit. I think he's just a bit, still a bit dodgy on the ball, unfortunately. So I would still look to sell him. But I think he's done well. And if you look, and I think at the end of the day, if he does end up staying, it's not the end of the world. I think he's shown that you can step in.
Yeah.
But I would rather sell. Trust the process, you Woolwich slags. I love that. You must have liked that one. I don't remember liking that one. It's brilliant. But that's off the back of our video, Oh What a Night. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Great video, that.
Yeah,
and I can't wait.
My brother and my sister.
Absolutely fantastic. I can't wait for that tune to be back at the lane. It's going to be so good. I've missed it. I've absolutely missed it.
You caught that moment on the vlog when we first started singing it, and I just turned around to you. Oh, I missed this song so much.
Now we can finally start singing it with no trepidation about we're going to bottle it or anything.
Yeah.
We can actually sing that.
Delivered, my friend.
Exactly. Sanjay says thank you for all the entertainment, Ben and Sim, and everyone that comes on regularly. You guys have have made this season memorable. Well done, lads, and come on, you
you're
Spurs.
more than
Big up to you,
welcome.
Sanjay.
It's been our pleasure.
Jay says Conte achieved in 6 months what Arteta couldn't achieve in 3 years and 250 million spent. Top 4. Arteta has never finished above Spurs. Just let that sink in. That's why they've turned in. That's what they've turned into, and that's what the process gets you. Effing laughing stock. We're back in the UCL.
Mikel
Big up.
Arteta has already finished below 3 Spurs managers.
Unbelievable.
3.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant stuff. Yeah, but look, it's progression. Don't worry, it's progression. Golden boot winner. Look at those golden boots from Heung-min Son. Absolutely fantastic. Can't get enough of it. No, there should be a few things with Son holding up the golden boot. Oliver Young Miles says Kulusevski now has 12 goal involvements in 18 Premier League appearances. Most impactful signing Spurs have made in a long time. Well, actually, it's 13 because they must have been before he got the other goal. Great gif here.
Who's been a better signing, Kulusevski or Romero?
I would say Kulusevski because I think we were really struggling in the forward line to really be creative, I felt, and actually really impact games going forward. We had, like, Lucas had moments like, you know, at home to Norwich, scored that great goal and stuff, and we were better under Conte, but it seemed like unless we were like very systematically getting to those positions, we definitely struggled to score multiple goals. But I think Kulusevski really gave that creative spark that we needed, and then we exploded since he came in. And I think without him, I'm not sure we get top 4.
Yeah, I kind of think the other way. I think they've both been unbelievable signings. There's no two ways about that. But I just think Romero is just a class above anyone that we have in defence, and he's been a player that we've been crying out for so long. So is Kulusevski, to be fair.
I think we actually haven't been too bad without Romero when he hasn't played. Yeah, whereas without Kulusevski, I know it was before he signed. I don't think our forward line was anywhere near as good.
I think this calls for a poll, don't you?
Yeah, sure.
I think this calls for a poll.
I think Romero is probably going to be the better player for Tottenham overall and more important. But I think this season Kulusevski has probably been more important to us. That's what I would argue.
All right, the poll's up, guys. Straight up. No sitting on the fence. Romero or Kulusevski?
This one, Tottenham. This is a great gif, I think. That's from the North London derby.
I love how Kane just swats away Cedric there.
Get away like a little kid. Like a year 7 or something up against a sixth former. Absolutely fantastic stuff. There's something on his golden boots. The golden boot winner, the most non-penalty goals in the league, the pride of Asia, the franchise player, Son Heung-min. That's a great picture as well. For absolutely fantastic stuff. It's I can't overstate what big achievement it is for Heung-min Son. Yeah. Who would have thought at the beginning of the season he'd be getting golden boot? You know what I mean? What an achievement it is.
I know, it's mad that like the two guys going for the golden boot, 2 wingers pretty much. I mean, it's been a lack of strikers this year, hasn't there, in the Premier League?
Well, you have Ronaldo got 18. Obviously, Kane got 17 in the end. Vardy, in the end, I think got 16. So he actually had a pretty decent total. But
if we had Conte from the beginning, Kane would have got the golden boot.
Yeah, for sure. But I think goes to show as well. I think City have gone to show that you don't need. They've won the league without a striker. You don't necessarily need one if your system's right.
Are they going out the game a bit, strikers? Like the out-and-out striker?
I think you could argue that. I mean, you still have Lewandowski, Benzema.
Yeah, no, you have them. I'm not saying like they're not there anymore, but are they're
like old, aren't they?
Yeah,
the young strikers.
Yeah, exactly.
You've got Haaland and Mbappe.
How many are there though?
Mbappe's more of a winger.
Exactly.
As well. You got Haaland. There's not too many. You got a good crop coming through. Actually, you got Isaac. You got Darwin Núñez. You got Vlahovic. You got a decent crop coming through.
Still few and far between, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, but there's a bit of a gap, isn't there, between them, the young coming through, and then you got the world class ones like Benzema, Lewandowski, and like in between, there's not many in there. Like who's there? Like in the bracket between like 25 to like 30, except for Kane, who is there?
No,
not many.
Exactly.
Can't think of too many. Off the top of my head, maybe the comments. Who in that age bracket is like a really great striker right now in world football in Europe? I can't think.
With a bracket of like just below Kane.
Of like between like 25 to 30, except for Kane. Who is there? Can't think of too many.
There's not many. Santos Rito says Rafael Leao, but I mean he's a good player, Rafael Leao.
And obviously, isn't he more of a winger as well?
Yeah, I thought he was. I don't know.
You got maybe Martinez, but he's like 24. He's quite young
I think he would be in that bracket.
Schick, I wouldn't put him there. Lukaku, okay.
Yeah, Lukaku's had a terrible season, but yeah, he's got to be up there.
Tammy Abraham. Not that many though. You're not Brathwaite, yeah, right. Osimhen, isn't Osimhen young, like 23, no, or not? He's under 25, isn't he? Or not?
Yeah, I think Osimhen's about 24 or something.
I might be wrong. Bamford, yeah, right. Yeah, but I think this goes to show the names you're reading off are not like top, are they?
No.
Except for maybe Lukaku, none of them are like, you know.
And when you're looking at those players, I mean, you don't expect any of those to go to like Kane, Lewandowski, Benzema levels.
Yeah, true. This was brilliant. I thought when they were lifting up Son yesterday, just after he scored his second goal. Look at that, absolutely fantastic stuff. The passion. Brilliant stuff from Son.
Exactly.
Couldn't be happier for him. Billy Hudds, big up to him. Billy H has had birthday, so have a great day. Some more away days on the coach next season. Big up to you, Billy. 100%.
Absolutely.
Great picture there of the team in the dressing room. And did you see Piers Morgan's? I think I actually have liked it. We'll get into it in a sec. He did a salty tweet on the back of this one.
Oh, happy days.
Yeah. You'll see that. You'll see that.
Seen that.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. Premier League panel tweeted out, Invincible's first season with Juventus, wins the league in his first season at Chelsea, took an Inter team who were 20 points off first in 18-19 to runners-up by 1 point in 19-20, and then title winners in 2021. Take Spurs from 8th to 4th in 6 months. Conte is a coaching genius.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It really is.
He's been
Every single job he's done has been a masterclass.
He's been
Every
amazing.
single one.
Every time. Harry Kane tweeting about Son. This guy, congrats, Sonny. Very well deserved. Different class this season. Great picture. And then obviously Kane.
He's gutted
so
inside
back-to-back
Kane.
golden boots.
Do you
For
reckon he's
Tottenham.
actually gutted inside Kane? That is not winning.
I think he would be if he didn't know within himself that he let himself down like he's only got himself to blame because of how he started the season. You know, he gave everyone else a 19-game head start pretty much. So
And where did he finish? 4th, 5th?
he finished just behind Cristiano. Ronaldo was 3rd and Kane was 4th. Yeah,
A goal between them, yeah.
yeah. So I think he's going to be happy for Son. Look, he won it last season, and I think he's probably happy for Son to win it this season.
So has there ever been in the Premier League 2 consecutive Golden Boot winners by the same club but 2 different players? Probably not, right?
I can't remember.
Probably not.
2 consecutive. Yeah, I mean, maybe United might have had one. I remember Berbatov won it. I don't know if Ronaldo won it the year before, or who won. Maybe Rooney won it the year before. Maybe I can't. No, Drogba won it the year before. Then the year after, who won it the year after? Was it Rooney? No, he didn't. No, I don't think Rooney ever won the Golden Boot, did he? It's a good shout. I don't think someone says Ronaldo.
Ronaldo, Rooney, people are saying.
Salah, Mane.
Mane never won Golden Boot.
Yeah, he
did
shared it with Salah one year,
Oh, he shared it with Salah.
and then Salah won it the year before.
Right.
So you could argue.
So that's the one then, probably.
Yeah, Salah, Mane. Yeah, there you go. Here's as you said, Daily Hots was saying Mikel Arteta has now finished behind 3 different Tottenham managers. Absolutely brilliant. Great. Here's some more from the dressing room. I love this one. Sanchez is proper getting into it. Absolutely love it. Lucas Moura as
But
well.
look at Kane in this picture. Like, what is he doing?
Pouring water. He's going to splash water. He's ready to throw water on everyone. Absolutely love it. Absolutely party time in the dressing room. And look, it's a lot of hard work gone to season. It's fair play. They've done very well. There you go. Everyone drenching Sonny with the golden boot. Fantastic stuff. Emerson and Bergwijn.
What do you make out of Conte's comment saying this is like a trophy?
I think for him, obviously it's not winning a trophy, but I think the achievement he has done is probably as impressive as winning a trophy. I would say that's what I would say to that. So I think when you come into a job, you got to set yourself targets, and those targets you might not get a trophy for them, but they're like they're your goals.
Top 4 wasn't even our target when he came in.
I know.
He would have laughed at Daniel Levy if he asked him to get top 4.
So I think he's got to see it like a bit of a trophy to have achieved that. In terms of on his CV, like getting Tottenham to top 4 is something to be praised, and it's an achievement in that situation. So I can understand what he's saying. Cuti Romero saying difficult season for me, but the most beautiful. It wasn't easy at all, but we achieved what we wanted so much. Not only us, but the club and our people. Thank you for all the love, and let's go for more all together.
Big
Spurs
up,
official.
Cuti. Big up.
Yeah, I'll see you next season, Cuti. I'm looking forward to more of these brilliant appearances from you.
Can't
A
wait.
great first season for him, but he's got so much more to give, I feel, Romero.
I think they all do.
Yeah, I completely agree. Paul O'Q says, can everyone admit Champions League over Europa matters now?
When did it not matter?
I know people always say, "Oh, what's the people say the difference gets overstated and everything like that, and maybe it doesn't matter that much." But I'm sorry, as soon as you hear that Champions League music, nothing else matters. You know
The
what I mean?
champions.
I can't wait. And then here it is, the even more CL music being played in the dressing room. Absolutely brilliant. There's Kulu and look how happy Kulu and Golini are.
Was there anyone that went to Norwich yesterday and didn't play the Champions League music on their way home?
Who are you? Everyone's
Did
got
anyone not play it in their car when they were driving home?
You can see how much it means to the players as well. Dane Scarlett with the Golden Boot winner.
Dane Mbappe.
Maybe he'll have more development next season. Looking forward to
Well,
how
we're
he
looking
develops.
at a loan next season, aren't we? So.
Yeah. Here it is. This tweet. So Piers Morgan, off the back of this tweet here, said this team came fourth but thinks it won the league. And then Michael Bridge tweeted, "Here's a picture of Arsenal fans with the dressing room photo after winning the North London derby early in the season."
But the thing is, right? Arsenal do these dressing room selfies like any time they win.
Just to win a game,
Just
yeah.
any game. Like I remember, they got a last minute draw against I can't remember who it was against. Like some team in the bottom half. They got a last minute draw, and then Aubameyang does his flip, and then they have a whole dressing room selfie after that.
Yeah, I remember Aubameyang did like a flip for equalising against Norwich or something one year. Like, come on, if anyone over celebrates, it's Arsenal. And we actually achieved something.
You look at Spurs, where we equalised against Leicester at King Power in the last second of the game, which everyone thought that was probably the last kick of the game.
And we went back.
And we go into the goal, pick up the ball, and put it in the centre and go score that winner.
Barely a smile cracked. That's the difference. Before the North London derby, Spurs had just a 13.8% chance of finishing top four, according to Stats Perform AI predictor. After being Arsenal 3-0, Burnley 1-0, Norwich 5-0, 3 wins, 3 clean sheets later, they are back in the UCL.
Come on,
yeah.
the champions!
I can't wait. It's going to be amazing. It's amazing. Hotspur related says Antonio Conte witnessed one THFC first team player eat nachos on his first day following his appointment. He then banned all heavy foods, including nachos, sandwiches, ketchup and mayo, oil and butter.
Who was eating the nachos?
I wonder. Predictions, who was eating the nachos?
Who was eating the nachos?
I want to know. I wonder who it was. Someone was, apparently.
Who do you reckon? Who's your bet on?
Don't want to say.
We'll leave it at that,
then. Charlie Eccleshare says 5 goals conceded in their final 11 games, a massive reason THFC are in the top 4. Amazing, given how much criticism the Spurs defence has taken over the last few years. Completely agree. Spurs Express says Tottenham are set to back Antonio Conte fully in the transfer market this summer and let him lead the way, according to Alistair Gold. That's all we want to hear. That's the main thing. Will says, big shout out to Mikel Arteta, who has been at Arsenal less than 3 years, but Spurs already finished behind 3 different managers. Absolutely fantastic. Another great picture here.
Oh, I love this picture. It's from the Bleacher Report, isn't it?
Yeah. Spurs on the train to Champions League. Arsenal, definitely, they've got now Europa League stickers on their Champions League suitcase. Absolutely fantastic.
Tottenham at the Bernabeu. Arsenal watching Emmerdale. Come on.
Tactical Time says Antonio Conte proves his mettle once again. 2 points per game since joining Spurs, worth over 76 points if it's over a whole season. That would have been enough for 3rd place. Give him what he wants, and he'll give you a team that wins.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's what we kept saying to the Arsenal guys. If Conte was here at the beginning, we would have finished top 4 easily. And they're like, what do you base that on? We're like, well, if you just look at how we've performed, they're like, that's not true. Well, clearly it is.
Yeah.
And we got top 4 anyway, but yeah.
Exactly.
Spurs Citizen says, Kane apparently, talking to his own, says, I cannot wait to play football on a Wednesday night again when that can't be a real quote, is it real? While certain clubs are playing on a Thursday. I hope it's real.
That's not real.
I hope it's real. I'm going to pretend that is real.
It's not.
It's definitely real. Go on, Harry. Confirmed.
From the horse's mouth.
Definitely. Now, Heung-min Son becomes the first ever Asian player to win the Golden Boot in English Premier League with 23 goals without a single penalty. What an achievement for Heung-min Son. Absolutely fantastic. Looking at the top 4 head-to-heads this season, Spurs got more points than Liverpool against top 4 this season, against the top 4 rivals. We got 8 points, which is level with City and Chelsea.
That's mad.
For top 4.
And that's what I keep saying, though. Like, if Antonio can pull these results out, There's no reason why under a bit of backing he can keep those results and get stronger against the weaker teams.
Actually, Liverpool didn't win any games against the top four. They drew all of them. They didn't lose either. They lost. They drew 6 out of 6 games.
Wow.
And we won 2, drew 2, lost 2.
What did City do?
Also, same 1-2, drew 2, lost 2. We finished level with City and Chelsea in the top 4 head to head.
We just need to start beating Chelsea and then we're rocking and rolling.
100%. So Emma posted a video of our train just got into Liverpool Street and Spurs fans are giving it to any Arsenal fans they see. Absolutely fantastic stuff.
I enjoyed myself in the service station coming back from Norwich yesterday. And
Yeah.
I saw loads of. I don't know what they were doing there, but there were loads of Arsenal fans there. To say they looked unhappy was an understatement, and they'd just beaten Everton 5-1.
Yeah, they doesn't mean anything, did it? The only place to watch UEFA Europa League football in London Thursday on hashtag Thursday night. Brilliant stuff. Harry Ken with another 2 saying some big performances to finish the season on a real high. Thanks to everyone for their support through the ups and downs of the season. Champions League nights are back. He doesn't seem to be thinking about anything else, does he?
Exactly.
Although I just read a tweet, apparently in February, it said that Kane's representatives contacted City to ask if they were still interested
Really?
in February, but apparently they said no because they're going for Haaland. Interesting.
The thing is, like, you just need to sign that contract now, man. We need to start getting down on that contract.
Yeah, definitely. And look, he looks better than ever. He shows no signs of slowing down. And I keep saying this. There's no reason he can't do what Lewandowski and Benzema are doing in terms of going into that age and still being top of his game.
Agreed.
There is no reason.
Agreed.
So I just don't understand when people say, oh, he's 29. They use that age to say like he's like nearing the end. I don't think he's anywhere near the end, Kane.
Yeah, I agree.
Chris Miller, big up to Windy, says, tonight is a moment for Spurs fans to feel completely triumphant. We're often portrayed as bottlers who lack the mental capacity to get the job done, which I think is often applied unfairly. The opposite has been true of this end of the season. There has been a steely determination, which is, I think, absolutely right. He says there are a lot of things to take away from this season, but I think the biggest lesson for us all is that we must stop writing players off. Sometimes the circumstances aren't right, but what we've seen is that with the right system, coaching, with self-belief, players flourish. How many of us would have sold Ben Davies and Eric Dyer in the summer? I'd have certainly been open to it. Matt Doherty, Emerson Royale, Ryan Sessegnon have been written off by many mid-season, and they've ultimately showed their value once they found their flow. Having a coach as talented as Conte opens up so many possibilities. There will be other players next year who will surprise us because Conte is just that good. We need to remain open to that and look at the bigger picture.
I completely agree.
Yeah, do you think we've been, obviously, a lot of Spurs fans have written many players off over the past few years, and now we've just gotten top 4 with a bunch of players no one expected us to. So he's saying the biggest lesson to take away from the season is we've got to stop writing players off too quickly.
I agree.
And you think a lot of us as well, you think everyone's just been too guilty of writing a lot of players off too quickly?
I think so, and I think probably every fan base can be guilty of that at times, and I think that when we've gone through such a hard period than we did in the first half of the season, and also the previous few seasons when we've gone through such a hard time, it's hard to like take your emotions out of it because it's very highly emotionally driven, all this stuff that we talk about. And if you take Emerson Royale, for instance, I mean, we were pretty consistent up to a certain point, being like, this is his first year in the Premier League, he's not playing his right position, this and that and this and that. And then it got to a time where both of us started to think, oh, maybe this guy just doesn't have it. Mm-hmm. But he's proving he's definitely got it. He's definitely got something. Whether it's going to be good enough to stay for the long term, that's up to Antonio Conte to decide. But he's definitely shown that he can provide something for us.
Yeah, players like Doherty, you could argue, was one of the worst wing backs we've ever seen at Tottenham.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, he was providing unbelievable appearances. Davis, everyone wanted Ben Davis say he was nowhere good enough anymore, and he's been the right system and the right way of playing, and he can be a consistent performer again and a brilliant centre back. Eric Dyer has been so consistent over the whole season. He's been absolutely exceptional. So I think it's absolutely right. And like a lot of people writing Kane off of the first half of the season. A lot of people are saying he needs to be dropped or he's not good enough, not always finished, and all this kind of stuff at Tottenham.
Which he wasn't the first half of the season. Let's be honest, he down tools in the first half of the season.
Yeah, but I kept saying as long as you put him in the right system, I'm certain he's going to get back to scoring.
Anyone, as soon as we appointed Antonio Conte, didn't believe Kane would get back to his best. I think everyone believed that, and it was under Nuno. Kane had lost passion in terms of the Tottenham project. I think that was the point there. I don't think anyone really questioned his ability.
I saw a few people.
Yeah, well,
I saw a few people. Adam Nathan says 3 games to get over the line where any mistake would be all but fatal, and we win all of them with an aggregate score of 9-0. That's being a proper football team. Every one of them deserves huge credit for it.
absolutely.
Yeah, and look, at crunch time, we stepped up this team when we really needed to. And also,
So Spursy.
yeah, what happened to that? And it's also important to know, like, we had big games against, really pressure games against top opposition. Remember, when we played City, it was off the back of, I think, 2 defeats, wasn't it? We just lost to Wolves and Southampton in back-to-back games, and Chelsea, actually. I think we were off the back of 3 defeats in a row when we played City back in February. And we went there and got the win. You know, Liverpool, massive game that, off the back of 2 drop points, and we put in a really good performance now as well. Like, we've gone into really high-pressure situations against top teams and come out fighting, and that's a really, really impressive trait for us to do.
We're starting to show the kind of tough edge of this team and the mental stability of this team, and that's what we've been missing for so long.
Do you want to have a go at this song, Spurs song sheet, to the tune of "Heaven Is a Place on Earth"? Have you seen it?
Paratici, do you know what it's worth? I can't read it from here.
Antonio Conte is the best on earth.
The mad Italian, he's just what we need. Taking Tottenham to the champions. Oh, that's a banger. That's a banger.
I like that. I know.
That's a banger. I love that.
Gonna get that going. Surely.
One more. Paratici, do you know what that's worth? Antonio Conte is the best on earth. The mad Italian, he is just what we need. Taking Tottenham to the Champions League. Oh, that's a banger.
Love
That's
it.
a banger.
Love
Spurs, but I need to big up Spurs song sheet, because the Bentancur song was going in full force yesterday. The Kulusevski song was going in full force yesterday, and they have done great work.
Yeah.
Great work this season. So I want to big them up massively.
Yeah, go over Twig, show them some love, give them a follow. They've done some great work this season, and look, there was at times as well where everyone was saying we need to improve the atmosphere and everything, and at the grounds and stuff, because it was dwindling. And they've done a really great job in helping it. Obviously, it's not perfect, but they've done a great job in getting it in the right direction. And now the atmospheres are improving, especially at home, and all these new chants and stuff is really great stuff.
Really is.
Yidvids. I love the Yidvids videos. He says, best get cracking on the video, then up the fucking Spurs.
Come on.
I can't wait for that video. I'm going to be watching that as soon as that comes out. To Trunk. Big up to him as well. He's a great creator. He says he's been better for us than Bale or Modric. Don't even care. Definitely a club legend in the proper sense. Hero. Is Son more of a legend than Bale?
I would say yes.
I'd probably say yes as
I
well.
would say yes, because first of all, the longevity. First of all, I mean, Son's already been here like double the time Bale was here, right?
Yeah,
In terms
Son's
of at
been
the
here
top.
7 years.
At the top, I'm talking about.
At the top.
Yeah, as
of
in
his
like
game.
producing big moments for us week in, week out. I mean, Bale was here for quite a while and he didn't get a game, or he wasn't consistent.
Bale was here from 2007 till 2012.
When did he actually break into the first
2013.
team? Yeah, so that's what I'm talking
He
about.
broke to the first team in 2010.
And he
really,
left
properly.
in
2013.
Yeah, so 3 years, right?
Mm.
Son, pretty much as soon as he's come, he's made an impact. Maybe after the first, maybe you can take out that first year.
Yeah, so this is
For argument's
2016
sake.
till 2022.
That's
So
it.
yeah, he's definitely more than Modric. Modric was, I mean, as much as I love Modric at Tottenham, he was a legend, but I don't know if you can maybe say he's as much as Son.
Mm-hmm.
Son is going to go down as. He's going to go down in folklore. I'm telling you, but as long as especially if he wins a trophy by the time he leaves, he's going to go down as one of my best ever players.
Agreed.
Fred about Antonio Conte's Tottenham in the Premier League. When Conte was appointed, Spurs were after 10 games, 9th in the table, 15 points from 10 games, 18th in the goal scoring charts, 9th for most goals conceded, 17th for XG, 9th for XG against, and 16th for expected points. Under Antonio Conte, after 20 games under Antonio Conte, they're third for most points gained, third for goals scored, third for least goals conceded, third for highest XG, fourth for XG conceded, and third in expected points. When Conte was appointed, Son had 4 goals and 1 assist in 10 games. Kane had 1 goal and 1 assist in 9 games. Under Conte, Son has 19 goals and 6 assists, and Kane has 16 goals and 8 assists.
The numbers, man.
Incredible.
They speak for itself, don't they? They
Kulis-
absolutely speak for itself.
Yeah, it's madness, the improvement. Kulusevski for Juventus this season, 20 appearances, 1 goal, 3 assists. Under Conte, 18 appearances, 5 goals, 8 assists.
Could I ask, has Kulusevski got more goals and assists since he's come than Son and Kane did in the first half of the season combined?
Yeah.
Which is mad,
Yeah,
right?
he has,
It's
yeah.
mad.
I mean, I think that's more to do with how bad Kane
yeah,
and
but
Son were,
still,
yeah,
like
but he
this
has.
is Kane and Son still we're talking
yeah.
about.
Yeah, and that's true, he has.
It's
Which is
mad.
pretty crazy, pretty mad how what second half of the season he had. Tottenham have kept 16 clean sheets this season. Only in 16-17 have they kept more in the Premier League era. But obviously Nuno kept 3 of them at the beginning of the season. These stats show how well Tottenham performed under Conte and the quality of our turnaround in performances. He was appointed end of third, but made it this far. Thanks for reading. Brilliant thread there. Things you love to hear. I think this is watching Tottenham on a Wednesday night chant. Absolutely brilliant stuff from the fan base there yesterday. The atmosphere was electric again yesterday,
It
by the way.
really was.
Brilliant stuff at
It
Carrow
really
Road.
was.
Raj Chauhan says they tried putting a coach in the same conversations as Antonio Conte, a man who has transformed 3 separate elite teams in his career and is on his way to a 4th. In the end, the novice was outclassed with just 5 months of work on the training ground.
Absolutely spot on. Once again, absolutely spot on. Mikel Arteta in the mud once again.
Big up to White Hart Payne. We were just behind him in the
yeah,
stand
we were,
yesterday.
yeah.
Big up to him.
He was
Fantastic.
2 rows in front of us.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Arsenal FC official playlist 2022-23. You play Thursday because you're effing shy. Absolutely brilliant. I think we all should all get that playlist. I think
100%.
start listening to that one. Absolutely fantastic stuff. And here's the quote from Kulusevski I was talking about before. On his post, he says, "I love it here. I love the team and the fans. The stadium, wow, it's truly special. I feel at home here and I'm playing well for the team. I don't want to go anywhere else. I am Tottenham."
Come on, Kulu.
What a quote.
Absolutely
Brilliant stuff.
love that guy. I
And,
absolutely love
yeah.
it. He's already a fan's favourite, already. And that song is an absolute banger.
And yeah, that's enough for Twitter for now.
And on the poll,
yeah.
we've had 1,355 votes, and it's absolutely deadlocked at 50-50.
Wow. So it's can't split them at the moment. So get voting. Who has been the better signing, Kulu or Romero? I mean, it is a close one. It is a close one.
Yeah, it is. It is.
And Brian Day was absolutely right. 2,350 people watching and only 713 likes. Surely we can get to over 1K as a thank you for all the work. Come on, guys. Let's get to 1,000 likes. That'll be brilliant.
Big up, people.
Which would be really good to support the channel. I really appreciate all the likes, guys. Only need 250 likes, guys. Come on.
Yeah, you got it in
Surely.
you guys. You got it in you guys. Let's get through these super chats and then we'll start bringing on you guys to have your say. First of all, welcome to our new member. Welcome to Silver, to Mika Johnston.
Big up to you.
Welcome. Thank you for joining the family. THFC Rainer, member for 7 months, says big up Ben and Sim for all the streams this season. Thank you very much, and big
Ray.
up yourself as well. Espen Anderson with the super chat saying, hopefully we get deals done early this summer. Which positions do you think is most important for us to strengthen?
Yeah, I think wing back is probably most important just because of the attacking threat, which we're lacking probably from the wings, which we could have. With more effective fullbacks would really take our team to a new level. Then probably a centre-back, and then probably a creative midfielder. And then also look for a forward if we have time. You know what I mean? And we need a forward as
wing
well.
backs, centre-back, midfield, and forward.
Yeah. Oh, well, then again, if we let go of Lucas and Bergwijn, that it takes.
Yeah, I guess it all depends as well who goes out the door as like massively. So, but I think assuming like from now where the squad needs, I think most important is wing backs and centre back in my opinion.
I agree.
Dark Sunji 21, just lost that for a second, says Kulu because he helped out with goal difference and sinking Gooners into the top 4. Look, yes, he did help out with the goal difference on the other end of the pitch, but Romero helped out with the goal difference in the defensive areas of the pitch. So I think you can probably make an argument for both cases.
But I'm saying when Romero wasn't playing, we weren't. I mean, obviously he was always better with him playing, but Sanchez did all right when he stepped in. We weren't the same without Kulu. I don't know. I mean, we probably weren't the same without Romero as well, but I think the drop off without Kulu was probably bigger than the drop off without Romero.
Yeah, I just like look back at that period when we were getting battered to Chelsea and like that period of the
Yeah.
season, and we were just like, oh, we need Romero back. We're dying for Romero. Where's Romero? You know what I mean? Like in those moments of the season.
Yeah, fair.
Saswat Baral with the super chat saying thoughts on Weston McKennie. I mean, I'd love him through the door, but we'll have to just wait and see. I mean, he's a great player, isn't he? And
We're going to be linked to every player under the sun from
Look,
now to
just
August.
give me some more Juventus cast-offs, mate. Just give me some more Juventus cast-offs. That's what I want to see. Haytam Al-Batashi with super chat saying, thanks guys for all the hard work and effort you put in all season. You've taken us through it all. Love your content. Big up. No, thank
Big
you
up
so
to you,
much for
mate.
the super chat. It really means a lot to us. Colonial Crep says, I want to thank all the people from Tottenham TV. It's been a roller coaster of a season, and my weeks wouldn't have been the same without your content. Thank you so much,
Thank you, man.
guys.
Much
Thank you.
appreciated, mate.
DD Burmese Vlog says, just want to say thank you. This is the best Tottenham channel on YouTube. In fact, better than the official channel. Can't wait for next season. Thank you. The love we're getting absolutely
Just need to start getting some
is humbling. So
interviews with some players, and then
yeah,
they'll know
exactly,
we're all right.
exactly. Get Heung-min Son on the channel, guys.
Yeah, 100%.
Jordan Richardson saying top 4 is your trophy. Love that. And TJ Lewis says Kulu at Juve 55 appearances, 5 goals. At Tottenham 18 appearances, 5 goals. What a player! Come on, you Spurs.
Yeah.
And you know, when we spoke to Gran Mbappe, he said he's ready-made for the Premier League, and he's more suited to the Premier League than he was to Serie A, and that can't be ringing more true, can it?
You just see the way he uses his physicality to brush players off. And people say he doesn't have top speed and stuff, and it's true. He's not like he's not the quickest players, although he's not. I don't think he's as slow as people say he is.
He showed pace yesterday.
Like I don't think he's slow. He's just not. He's not like Mbappe or something like that. Or
He's
like
got a
that
good like turn of pace. If you know
but
what I mean.
what he does have, which is really impressive and also could be just as effective, is his strength and ability to brush players off when they come to challenge him and win the ball off him. And you saw yesterday when a player comes to engage him, he just brushes him off, gets past him, and smashes into the far corner. And sometimes you don't need blistering space to get past these players. And how many? By the way, him not having blistering pace doesn't stop him beating players. How many times do you see him beat players? So many times. He's a brilliant dribbler.
I mean,
Kulusevski.
yeah, just if you just take yesterday's game in isolation, how many times did he beat a man yesterday?
Yeah, I'm like so many times.
And not only did he beat them, like breezes past them as well.
Yeah, and you think, and then all of a sudden he looks so quick. It's weird. He like runs past players and he doesn't look so quick, but he leaves them in the dust. It's like, what's going on here? Because he doesn't look like he's running that quick.
It happened so many times yesterday. Yeah,
But you think is the defender really slow, or is it just not really looking as weird? But he's great. I love him. I'm loving him.
absolutely. So big up. We've hit that 1,000 likes.
Big up to
let's see if we
everyone.
can get to 2,000 from now
Big
to
up
the end of the
everyone.
stream as
Come
well. The subscribers are popping off as well. So a big thank you to all the support that you've given us all season and on this stream. Let's start bringing on some guests now. And let's start off with Champions League supporter number 1, Carl Patrick Vineyard.
Hello, boys.
KPV.
KPV, my lord. KPV. How you doing, mate?
I'm good. First of all, I just want to say thank you for your support on Friday. As you know, my friend unfortunately died. I just want to say thanks for the support on
Hope
Friday.
Hope you're doing well, Kyle. I'm sorry to hear about your friend.
Yeah, I'm fine. I just want to say thanks to everyone for their support. And yeah. So
Yeah.
thanks to everyone.
Was yesterday a good day at least for you?
Yeah, it was a brilliant day. And I said 5-0. So whoever, like Brian said 5-1, but how did that work out for you, mate?
I think it worked out just fine for him, Carl.
But yeah, Sonny got the golden boot, so well done. But unfortunately, Salah came off the bench and equaled. But well done to Sonny, got the golden boot. May last year, Kane. This year, Son. So, I think you were saying as the player from the same club won it with the same club. But to your fact, there's one player who's won the golden boot back-to-back season. Can you guess who that is?
One player, is it Alan Shearer?
Nope, it's Robin van Persie, 2012 with Arsenal.
Two
Then
different clubs, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Very good, Kyle.
But yeah, brilliant win yesterday. play the Champions League music for me, please, boys.
Go on, hit that button.
Hit that button.
Yeah, enjoy Thursday night Arsenal, cry all you want, but Arteta, you were saying, oh, we're back in Champions League. Pissed off, mate.
Love it,
We're
Kyle.
back. We are back.
We
Bring
are
on them,
definitely
mate.
back.
And bring on them to it.
Absolutely. So, who did you vote in the poll? The better signing, was it Romero or Kulusevski?
Oh, it's hard to pick, man. They're both, but I just have to say Ginger from Sweden.
Hey, I love that.
Yeah, Kulu. Like, yeah, a wonder strike from the Ginger from Sweden, and he's Tottenham through and through. Good lad, and he's now got 5 goals and 8 assists, 18 appearances. 2 stunning strikes yesterday we saw from Kulu and Son. Like,
Absolutely.
yay! So well done. 5-0, brilliant win. I'll happily take that. So, yeah, now we're probably, I don't know what I'm going to do for a few months' time. Obviously, got to wait to find out who we're going to get in the group stage draw. But I just don't want Bayern Munich, man. I don't want another 7-2 defeat.
We won't be losing 7-2. We'll batter them. Don't you worry about that.
Yeah. And so, I'll happily take that win yesterday. But the football's not over yet, boys. We got the Champions League final, we got the Championship final, then we got the Women's Euros coming up. So I just want to wish our England women good luck. Then we got the Premier League back, and then we got the World Cup. So everyone, whoever's going to Qatar, be careful because it's hot over there. Are you guys going to do any watch-alongs for that?
Of course, we'll be doing content around the World Cup, but we've got a lot to get through before then. But we'll be talking all things Spurs related. We'll be reviewing the season in a big way this whole week, and then transfers up until the end of the transfer window, really. Would you say, Carl?
Yeah, like up and down around the world transfers. Like, I hear we're interested in Robert Lewandowski, as Muller calls him. Robert Lewandowski.
Yeah, I wouldn't get too excited about that.
I don't imagine that's going to be a deal. I think he's going to end up in Barcelona or Real Madrid. Maybe even Real Madrid now that they've missed out on Mbappe.
Holland. Mbappe, yeah. Like, then who are we going to get that can partner Kane then? Like,
to know, there's an exclusive from Mike McGrath of the Telegraph today that's saying that Spurs are going head-to-head with Arsenal to try and sign Gabriel Jesus.
Gabriel Jesus, like Champions League, mate. Come to the Champions League. You don't want to play Thursday, kid. Champions League only, mate. You want to play in that competition. Come to us.
Carl, do you want Gabriel Jesus?
Why not? Like, he scored. He's been probably the best player. I know before the end of the season he was doing quite well. So why not? Brazilian, like who we got? Lucas, Emerson. Why not? Brazil players. Why not? Jesus. I take him, but I know some people won't, but I actually like him. I think he's been quite well. Another Premier League title. So why not? Brazil. Gabriel Jesus.
Big up, Carl. Big up, Carl. Thanks for coming on today, my friend, and we shall speak to you soon.
And as always, come on, you Spurs. Champions League nights are back. Bring on the trip to the Bernabeu. Arsenal watching Emmerdale. Yeah.
Big up, Carl. We'll speak to you soon, mate.
Come on, Carl.
We had another super chat here from Danny Din saying, your thoughts on a double deal for Burnley players, me or Tarkowski and Cornet? No. I'm not sure about that.
No. I mean, I actually think Cornet's done well. I wouldn't take me or Tarkowski, but I think Cornet's done all right. But I don't know where because he's been playing up front. So, I mean, I don't know if he's good enough to play left wing back for Conte. I mean, I'd probably question it. So, I don't know. I don't think he's good enough to play up front for Conte either. So, I wouldn't want them. I don't know anyone from the relegated teams, Burnley, Norwich, or Watford.
I don't even know if I would. Ismail Assar, Emmanuel Dennis.
Just where does Assar fit into this team? I don't know. It's difficult.
Yeah, I mean, a few months ago, you were saying that you think Dennis is the real deal.
I like Dennis.
Is he the real deal?
I like Dennis. I think he's really good. I would take him as a backup striker.
You would you?
I like him. I like him a lot. I think he's done in a very poor Watford team. He's done really well.
I'd like to see him do it over a longer stretch of time, though, before we were to sign him, maybe.
They're a mate. They're a mess. I think to do what he did was really impressive. He had to do it all by himself, pretty much.
You're right. You're right.
But he did burn out last 3 months of the season. That's for sure.
It seems like he was never the same after the AFCON situation.
Yeah,
That's what it
that's
seemed
also
like.
true. Burnley, I don't want anyone. I can't think of anyone. Dwight McNeil might be a decent left wing back. I don't know. I could be convinced on McNeil. I think he could be decent.
Yeah, but I'd rather go for obviously like Kostic.
Yeah,
or,
he would be my first choice.
Perisic, or you know what I mean.
It's only like McNeil comes in if we don't get our targets, and he's like one who we think could mould into one. Because I think he could potentially be a good one, but I wouldn't want. I think it's been a bit of a risk. But other than that, maybe Nick Pope. But
I think Nick Pope. I've actually been
number
really
one.
impressed with him this season. Nick
he's
Pope.
been good.
He's been really good this season, and I think he could definitely be. He's
Future
probably
number one.
England's number
Future
one.
no for Spurs.
Um,
Lloris in a
how
couple
old is
years'
he?
time. I think he's just going to turn 30 soon. He's 28 maybe.
28. So by the
I
time
think so.
Lloris's contract runs out, he'll be about 30, 31.
He's 30 now
Oh,
actually.
he's 30. So by the time Lloris's contract's over, he'll be 32.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to match up because we probably want a younger keeper that can actually grow into the role and stuff like that and be here for a long time. So probably not.
Okay.
What do you make out of actually these stories that we might be going for Fraser Forster now instead of Sam Johnston?
Yeah, it's very strange. I can only assume it's a money thing. Well, what else could it be? Or I've also heard that Johnston potentially got offered more money somewhere else than at
Or
Tottenham.
guaranteed first team football?
I heard it was more money. That's what some of the ITKs were saying.
Okay.
So I don't know where he's going, but it sounds like that was the thing. And if that's the case, I mean, actually, to be fair for Forster, I thought he was terrible before this season, and he's actually been pretty good this season. But I wouldn't want to trust him in too many games.
Who's a better backup, Forster or Hart?
I think Forster, you have to say, because I think Forster's actually been decent in the Premier League this season, whereas Hart has not been good for a number of years now. So probably I would say Forster. But as I said, there was a time where Forster was making so many bad mistakes. I was like, how is this guy a Premier League keeper? But I think he's come from nowhere.
Didn't he play against like Man City or Liverpool this season for Southampton and had a really good game? I can't remember which game.
Yeah,
it
he
was.
did against Man City.
Yeah, that
he's
was
had
it,
some
yeah.
really great games this season. He really against Arsenal, I thought he was amazing. Against
Yeah.
Arsenal, he was incredible. And I think they signed him for big money when they did sign him back. I think it was like 12 million or something when Southampton did sign him all those years ago. But he is 34 now, and I would worry about him if we had to use him.
Look, at
too
the end of the
much.
day, he's only going to get used if we get an injury.
I just hope he's used less than like Golini's used, even. You know what I mean?
All right, let's go over to our next guest. Sim, you just take this one.
All right, let's get Hasaan on. Hasaan, how are we doing, my friend?
Doing very good. How are you?
I'm great, mate. I'm having a great day, basking in the Champions League glory. We sealed top 4 in style yesterday. Take me your thoughts through yesterday and just the season as a whole, I guess.
Oh, I mean, yesterday's game, I think there was so much riding on it to get into that fourth place and to do it the way we did, so controlled, and we dismantled them. I mean, 5-0, that's demolishing. So to do it in such a strong way, get Sonny his golden boot as well. It was just the icing on the cake to get it, and I couldn't be happier. Regarding the season, I mean, it's been up and down for so long, and to finally have it end and be in that top 4 place is really, it's just nice. It's just nice to know that next season we'll be in that Champions League spot.
Yeah. What would you rate the season out of 10 if you had to give a number?
I think you got to give it a 10 because
10 out of 10.
I mean, yeah. I mean, look where we started and look where we are now. I mean, no one would have predicted this. Even when Conte came, I think even getting to top 4 was a bit of a stretch, and to get it. Have 3 signings really, Romero, Bentancur and Kulusevski do so well, have Kane and Son get back into form, have those 3 at the back be so solid. and get into Champions League with the possibility of keeping Kane and Conte for next season. I mean, you have to take that as a 10, in my opinion.
Wow, but we only we got top 4 on the last day and we didn't win any trophies. So I mean, what would you give it if we would have won the league then?
Yeah, but in context with what we had, and I think it probably would have been a different scenario if Conte had come in at the start of the season. The fact that he had to come in, had no preseason, he didn't have his own players, he had to work with what he had until January came around, and even then he only got 2 players. So I think just for that reason, from the context of what this season was and how it started, I think I have to give it that. Obviously, if he had come in at the start, then obviously it'd be a different one if this was how it ended. But just from where he came and how we were to where we are now.
And getting Champions League football, sealing it yesterday. First time we're going to be in Champions League since 2020. So after a 2-year hiatus, we're back in the CL. We're going to have that Champions League music back at White Hart Lane. We've got a world-class manager in Conte. Hopefully he's got some money to spend in the summer. We've got 2 unbelievable forwards in Kane and Son. When was the last time for you were as this excited as a Spurs fan for the next season?
This hopeful for next season.
Or just in general, when was the last time you were this excited being a Tottenham fan?
Well, I mean, probably before the UCL final. I mean, emotions change very quickly during those 2 hours. But yeah, I mean, you have to be excited because I mean, so much is riding and getting to top 4. Keeping Kane happy, keeping Conte happy, and now that we have that extra financial benefit from UCL, we can back Conte even more. I'm sure, there's always going to be worries whether Levy will back him, whether he'll get the funds he needs. But I mean, with how everything is, his Conte's connection with the fans, with the players, with the club, he's been backed into a corner. It's almost impossible for him not to spend. So I'm sure there was money put aside for this, but now added the financial benefit of UCL. I mean, there's got to be a lot to spend in summer, and if this guy can come in mid-season, get 2 players, and finish top 4. Once he gets his full team, the sky's the limit.
Yeah, completely agree. It's very, very exciting times at Tottenham, and hopefully he gets backed in the summer, and hopefully we've got in for a very exciting summer. Do you feel like the board have history for letting the club down in these moments? Do you think does this seem like a different scenario to you, or do you fear it could be more of the same?
I mean, you're always going to have a little bit of fear, but I just think just the way January panned out. I know we got the 2 players on the last day, but the players that we got in, you could clearly tell they were Conte players. They were players that he specifically went and said, "I want these 2 for my system," and they went, "Okay, fair enough. We'll get the deals done." So I'm seeing a slight change, and there's all these rumors about him being backed and stuff, which obviously we've heard before, but I just think it just feels different this time. Like I know during peak Poch days, there's always that, community within the club and all that. But Poch never really, you wouldn't see him as the guy to go up to Levy and, tell him straight to his face that, this club is in ruins, back me. But I could see Conte doing that. I could see him going to Levy to his face and saying those kind of things. So I feel that because of just how Conte is and just knowing that if this is messed up, the backlash from the fans, I think that it's almost a guarantee that he gets back. How much he gets back, that's up to Paratici and Daniel Levy, but fingers crossed.
All right.
Big up, Hasaan. Thanks for coming on
Good
today,
to see
my
you,
friend.
Hasaan. Thanks for calling in, mate.
And we'll
Have a
see
good
you
one.
next time.
Come on, you Spurs.
Come on. All right, let's keep going. Who's up next? I believe it's Mikey.
Mikey? Is he there?
You've frozen, Mikey.
I think your picture's frozen, mate. You know what, Mikey? Just reconnect. Come back into the studio. We'll get you on in a minute. We'll go. Let's move on to a different caller first, and we'll get Mikey on after.
All right, let's move over to Ryan. Yes, Ryan. How you doing, brother?
Mute. Hello.
There you go. There
Yeah,
you
we
go.
can hear you,
Loud
mate.
and
We
clear,
can hear
mate.
you, mate. How are you?
Very, very, very well. I said we get top four, didn't I, guys?
You said it, and we've delivered
Got the
it, and now we're
passports
here.
out ready.
You ready?
Passports
You
out
ready?
ready.
You ready for these away trips next season, mate?
Oh, I cannot wait. Cannot wait. It's been a roller coaster ride from start to finish this season. Before anything, I'd like to thank you two, Brian, Bob Spur, everyone in the We Are Tottenham TV YouTube community that has actually taken me in under their wing. Thank you very much. You're all legends. So
Yeah, it's great to have
first
you
of all,
part of
thank
the
you.
family, Ryan. It really is. And, you know, it's been great to meet you the many times I have met you now. And hopefully more to come. I'm going to be seeing you all over Europe next season, my friend. So get ready for that.
It's going to be party time. So let's get into it. Go on.
Yeah, come on. Let's talk about the game yesterday and the season as a whole. I mean, did you go yesterday?
No, I couldn't get myself a ticket. So normally when it's a game where I'm nervous, I book it off work, but I wasn't nervous at all. I just thought we'd just cruise over it. So I actually went into work to earn that little bit more money because I knew
You need that Champions
nights
League
aren't
fund,
cheap.
my friend. You need
Yeah,
that Champions
might
League
need it for
fund.
the final. Who knows?
But no, I think it was like pretty much there was only one team that were ever going to win that. It was hardly any nerves throughout the game. I mean, it was such a stunning performance, wasn't it? And you just saw by the end of it, it was just about getting Son that golden boot. And that's what it came to yesterday, wasn't it? It wasn't even like even getting top four because top four was pretty much wrapped up by half time. So it was all about just getting the Sonny that golden boot. And like, where does he rank now in terms of Tottenham players in your lifetime or legends of Tottenham?
In my lifetime, you already said, I think he's definitely above Gareth Bale and Luka Modric, Van der Vaart, just based on the longevity. An amazing achievement to win the Golden Boot, by the way, as a winger. To do it without taking a penalty, 23 goals without a penalty is some achievement and nothing to be sniffed at. Without his goals, without his contribution for the entire season, we would be nowhere near where we are because Son was the only one that from start to finish performed the entire way through the season. So big up to him, big game player. And I was one of them. Even I will say, I was putting out tweets, you know, if a large bid came in, would you consider selling Son? You know, this was back in February, March when we all thought Son was burnt out, needed a rest. Or I was one of the few that was beginning to doubt is it time? You know, he's approaching 30, same as Kane. Is it time to cash in? But he's proved me wrong. And I'm very happy to say he's proved me wrong.
Yeah, and what an unbelievable season he's had. What would you rate the season out of 10, Ryan? What would you give the season a rating out of 10?
7. It's been good. It's not set the world alight under previous seasons. We've had great results against the big sides, but it's those performances that always seem to come with Tottenham that we need to get right. Going to the likes of Burnley, who won't be in the league next year, thank God.
Oh yeah,
Exactly.
But performances like Brighton at home, Brentford away, can we take points out of those? Because we've got the foundations. We know how to play against the big sides. But unless we don't get what we need in the summer in terms of a lot more creativity, it's going to be the same old, where we're going to be struggling to break down low block defences. And sides will just sit back on us.
But Ryan, when the going got tough, didn't we step up in the end?
We did against Burnley. Burnley was a very, very tough game. We got the points, but I don't think any Spurs fan really was thinking we would have any issues against Norwich. Norwich aren't even probably a Premier League side at the moment.
Clearly not. I mean, they're like the worst
They're
Premier
a
League
bit of a
side we've seen in a
yo-yo
long
side,
time,
but
aren't
I
they?
don't see them coming back up in a year's time. I think they'll be cemented in the Championship for a while. There was never going to be any real issues there with Kane and Son playing. It was Burnley game was the one.
Ryan, obviously, You've been very avid. Well, I mean, look, you're not the only one, but you've been very avid on the ownership and Enoch and everything and Levy. What just your thoughts going into the summer? Seeing as we did get top four, it was Levy did appoint Conte in November, and although you could argue it was a few months too late, it did pay off in the end. So for you, what is the message for you going to be during the summer towards the board?
Back Conte, you've got to back him, and back him doesn't mean spending 300-400 million. It's just getting the players he wants. Yes, you can't always get every single player, but show the intent, show that you're looking to go out there. Don't go and undermine with a low-handed bid to the club saying, "Oh, we tried." Go out and actually attempt to bring in a Bastoni. You know, they want 50 million, go and pay the 50 million. I would like to see 2 or 3 top class players, number 1 choice targets. And then if we can sprinkle it around with 3 or 4, you know, second, third choice signings that we couldn't quite get the first choice in other positions, that would be backing Conte. You were talking about, you know, the goalkeeper, you know, Fraser Forster, Sam Johnson. Personally, my first choice right now, and I think it's a no-brainer, is to go and get Nick Pope from Burnley.
But will Nick Pope be happily to come here and sit here on the bench? Because he's not going to start over Lloris.
Lloris has signed what? He's got 2 years left now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Nick Pope will have to probably take the cups for the first season, and in the second season, I think you will gradually start pushing Nick Pope as your number 1, because I personally see him as the Lloris replacement in the next decade, and we won't have a better chance to get a very, very good English goalkeeper who fills the homegrown quota for as little as 10-15 million, because Burnley are in quite a little bit of financial issues, having to take out that loan from the Premier League. So that just seems like a no-brainer kind of deal. You got others like Bastoni that's going to fork out a lot of money. People talking about Pau Torres because we've got the Celso bargaining chip. It's going to be a long summer, but we need to get the business done in early. We need to get the players that Conte wants and move forward as a successful to try and build to become a successful side. Because if we do that, personally, my goals now for next season, I would like a title challenge. I'd like us to be in the mix going into the last 10 games of the season. See where we are with 10 games in the season, you know, February, March, April time. To get a good FA Cup run, potentially win the FA Cup, and have some fun in the Champions League. See where it can go. See if we can get a quarter-final in the Champions League. Those were my targets for the season, because top 4 is not a trophy.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's not. But you know, back on the ownership for a second. I'd like to ask you, because obviously you've been very vocal about Enoch out, as we have, as Brian has, as everyone has. Is there any way back? Is there a way back for Enoch, in your opinion? Will you ever get to a stage, if they were to back Conte this summer to a level that, you know, he thinks that's sufficient, and then he ends up signing a contract or anything? Is that enough for you to put your problems with the board aside?
Go do it again the next summer.
Is that what it comes down to, doing it on a consistent
and the
level?
next summer, and the summer after that, and the summer after that, and the summer after that? Do it for 4 or 5 consecutive summers and winter windows. Win us the league title, get us competing on all fronts, and then you might see us change our minds. Okay? One swallow doesn't make a summer, guys. We need to be real about this. Okay? There's been 21 years, 1 League Cup. Okay? We went 18 months without a signing.
Mm-hmm.
It's time to look at the perspective there. With the Champions League secured now, that was the last of the excuses they could pull this summer. There's no more excuses. Okay? The stadium, COVID's now out the way. We've got full stadium, full capacities. We've had concerts, boxing, NFL. Okay? Champions League money now. There's no excuses.
There's nowhere to turn. You're right.
There's nowhere to hide. And if he doesn't back him, Mr. Levy might actually need to be spending money on henchmen to protect himself, because if Conte walks, it's going to be bad.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a chance he will walk, based on what you're seeing at the moment, or do you think it's likely he's going to stay?
I'm going to stick my neck on the line. I'm going to think he's going to stay. I do think he's going to stay. I think he will back him, but I'm going to be waiting and seeing. I think it will happen because there's nowhere to hide if it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
There's just no more excuses lying around that makes you think, well, there's COVID, there's this, there's that. We need to sell players. We've got 100. We bring 5-6 million a match day in on revenue.
Yeah.
We brought in about 10 million each from the NFL money, TV money, Champions League money, players we're going to sell and move on. There's easily 150, 200 million there to spend. Not saying we have to spend it all, but go out and get Conte's first choice signings. There's plenty of bargaining chips out there. You've got Dybala, who people might or might not want, but there's players at Ericsson you can snaffle up on a free. There's players that if Conte wants, that you can get shrewd business done that's first choice signings. That's enough for me to say he's back Conte. Okay? It doesn't mean go spend 60, 70 million on a striker or 50 million on a centre-back from Brighton that doesn't work out.
Shots fired there. Love it. Any message to all the Mikel Arteta lovers before we let you go?
Enjoy Thursday nights. Watching Tottenham on a Wednesday night. You're playing Thursdays because you're effing shite. What a feeling, what a night. I'm going to enjoy Wednesday nights. I'm going to enjoy watching you lot on a Thursday night, hopefully crumble. And seeing West Ham in the Conference League was going to be fun as well. Their best season ever, and they finish in the Conference League places. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, you know what? I was thinking this last night, that West Ham and the Conference League, they just suit each other so perfectly, don't they?
Yeah, they do. And I tell you what, everyone's going to think West Ham are going to do really well. I think this might be, a little bit of one of those where they're going to be so gutted about not, winning the Europa or getting into Europa. I think they'll crash out in the group stages of the Conference League.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so. It'll be a good laugh. It'll be a good laugh. But Ryan, go on. You want to say anything else?
Yeah, just want to say final things. Have a lovely show. Have a lovely summer, guys. I'll see you in a couple of weeks. With Brian's picnic that's coming up. Stay safe. Have a lovely summer, and I can't wait to see you again next season.
Me as well. The feeling is completely mutual, my friend. It's been great getting to know you over the season, mate, and we'll see you soon.
Have a good one.
Nice one, Ryan.
Spurs, come on. Big up, Ryan.
There's an interesting tweet here from Sean Walsh. He did a poll. It'll be interesting to see what the fans think of it. It says he asked, at which point were Tottenham better set up for to tangibly succeed? Was it coming off the back of the 86-point season under Poch, or is it now under the current, or is this current guys, but with Conte at the helm, with the new stadium built and a season new stadium?
I think it's now, and I don't really think it. I don't think there's too much in it, to be honest. I mean, I think it's clear. Now is clear because of the stadium money that we're generating. As much as we love Poch, Antonio Conte is clearly clear of Pochettino.
We could argue, we had a much back then. The team was better, wasn't it?
The team was better, but we've got Antonio Conte now, and back then, look, the team was better, but I think that Conte is bringing up this team to that sort of levels, and I think it's now. To be honest, I really believe that. What do you think?
Yeah, because it probably is now, because it's also the fact that we were playing in we were heading to Wembley back then as well, and we had all the stadium to pay off and everything. I mean, we still do, but we hadn't moved in there yet. We hadn't enjoyed the revenues from the stadium. The team was very settled, but it's a lot harder in a way to improve that team at that time than it is to improve this team now as well. So I think, I don't know, are we more exciting to join then or now? Probably. I mean, I think we're back in Champions League right now, and it's probably in the same situation. And also, you got to remember, in that season, we got knocked out the group stage of the Champions League, didn't we?
Yeah.
So that probably gets looked into.
Monaco and Leverkusen.
Yeah, and all that. So I think now under Conte, and also now it's like, as much as we loved Kane and Son back then, and they're obviously great strikers, they weren't known as like world-class strikers like they are now. So I think probably now it's probably more exciting to join.
I would say now. It feels like, I know we've had a torrid time over the last few years, but because like we've been settled in the stadium now. But if the answer is now, we're also saying that this is the most exciting time ever to join Tottenham in a way. I think it is. Look, look, when have we ever had a world-class manager at the top of his game, running things at the club? And not only is he running things at the club, he's calling the shots as well and calling Levy all these home truths and everything like that. Like, I think now is the most exciting time to be a player at this team. And I think if you survive this summer or next summer and Antonio Conte wants to keep you, you're on to big things at this football club.
Interesting. So we wouldn't have thought that, we could be saying that at the start of the season or anything.
I know, and also look at it this way. Antonio Conte's come in November and he's already done what Poch could never have done, and that was get points off the big teams away from home.
Yeah.
Poch never did that.
Mm-hmm. It's true. If we could just have the Pochettino at home and Conte both on the big sides at home, then perfect.
Don't worry, the new stadium's going to turn into a fortress next season. I'm guaranteed of that. We've got a few super chats.
From Dan Fries?
Yeah, Dan Fries saying, great end to the season. Great year of your content. Hope we push on and back Conte. It'll be an exciting year coming. Amazon documentary will be fun as well. Come on, you Spurs. I can't wait for that Amazon documentary.
I'm just going to skip right to the end. I want to see the
Literally.
collapse.
Kyrie Evangelou says Eriksen and Perisic on a free plus Bastoni and Jesus. I mean, that would be 4 brilliant signings, wouldn't it?
It would be 4 very good signings. And also, there's a good mix of experience and like young players. Or they're not. Bastoni and Jesus. Bastoni's what, 22? He's young. 23. Jesus is like 25, so he's not like young, but he's not old either.
And he's been around for ages as well.
Yeah, it just feels like, because he was joined City at 18, 17, 18, so he's been around for a long time. I'm a big fan of Jesus. I've said it many times. I think when you're competing like City, like it's obvious that someone like Jesus, as much as I think he's done well for City. I think he's been good for them, but he's not like. It's just what you're comparing him to, you know what I mean? You're comparing him to Salah and Mane. He's not that level, but he's still a very, very good player. And I think he would be a very good addition for us.
Does he get more game time at Spurs next season than he does at City? Or is it going to be a similar amount of game time?
I think he probably gets more at Tottenham because I think there's less competition. He doesn't. I mean, yes, Caden Son, but he doesn't have. And Kulu, but he doesn't. But at City, he's got like 10. These are like 8 players to compete with. You know what I mean? He's got Mahrez and Sterling and Bernardo Silva and so many different players to compete with. Whereas at Tottenham, I think he would get more game time at Tottenham, and he still he played a semi-final for City. Like, it's not like he never played.
No, I'm not saying he never played, but that's why he wants to leave, because he's not getting the game time that maybe he deserves.
Yeah, I don't think we can guarantee him as much as other teams.
Yeah, that's
but
what
we
I'm
can
saying.
still guarantee him more than City, I reckon.
Luke Diamond with the Super Chats, member for 20 months. Luke, big up yourself. He says, we're all talking about spending big, but Romero, Kulu and Reggie all have to be paid this summer. We are going to be close to 100 million before we start. I mean, look, everyone talks about this. Yeah, Romero,
it does make
Kulu
sense.
and thing need to be paid, but nobody knows how these deals are structured. Nobody knows if it's like installments over a few years.
Every deal was installments. Every deal is so. How do you think we got these deals done? We didn't pay for them then, and we pay for them now. So what deal are we going to do this season? We're not going to pay for them now. We'll pay for them later. That's how we do it. So yeah, we might spend 100 million, and then
those signings are not going to make an impact into our transfer budget.
They won't, because there's no signings done in cash right straight up front. You know what I mean? Done now. That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
So that doesn't make sense to me. How do you think we got those signings done? You know what I mean? Without spending money, it doesn't happen.
No, exactly.
So any signing we make this summer, we're also going to have.
We're probably still paying off at Ndombele. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. So I'm not worried about that at all.
All right, let's keep going with the guests. And next up is Mikey, and it seems like his camera is working all right now. So let's bring him on. Mikey, how you doing?
Yes, guys. So basically, I had a bit of an issue with my Google Chrome. My Chrome wasn't detecting my microphone, and it caused my video to stop working. So I'm on Firefox now, and it seems to be working a lot better. So I'm sorry about that. But actually, Ryan got on and gave some very, very helpful insight into his end of season predictions. So big up him for that.
All right. So talk to me about your feelings, what was going through your mind yesterday, your body yesterday. How happy were you?
So I was very happy. I was like 95% sure that we would make it. Obviously, there's always going to be that 1-2, however small percentage, because as Tottenham fans, we have been accustomed to giving up stuff in that situation. But again, my point still stands that Conte's brought a different mentality and a different mindset to this team. I know I say it pretty much every time I come on here, but
it's true.
It's the truth. It's the truth. It's the very happy truth that Conte has brought the best out of these players. When we lost 3-0 to Man United and we won the El Sacico, if you want to say, I was thinking, okay, I genuinely thought that Levy wouldn't do anything in January. I thought Conte wouldn't be given anything to work with. And to be fair, we started January with a bigger squad than we have now, but yet look how the second half of the season has progressed. Obviously, we had a little hiccup in mid-season, sort of late January, early February, but since March, it's been sort of dub after dub after. Obviously, we had the Brighton result, which made for a very interesting end to the season. But like, apart from the odd hiccup, it's been so positive, and I'm so proud of the way that this team has conducted itself under a manager as talented as Antonio Conte. And yesterday, I was just thinking, you go out there, you do us proud, you get the 3 points. It doesn't matter if it's a 1-0 hard-fought win or a 5-0 thrashing. Just go out there and do the badge proud. One more push and get Champions League football. And they stunned everyone. Son got his golden boot, obviously joint, but it's still a golden boot. First, I think he's the first Asian player, not even Premier League, in English League history to win the golden boot, I think. So there might be a correction to that. And
no, I think you're right there.
I genuinely can't, like, obviously we've had plenty of like European Africans, but I think he's genuinely the first Asian player to do it. So congratulations to Heung-min Son. Very well deserved golden boot. 23 goals and 22 were from open play. Like, that is an incredible stat. No penalty scored, one free kick with the one against Watford very early on in the season, I think. It's the only one. But apart from that, they've all been clinical finishes. And to have a goal conversion rate in the 30s for a player is like Harry Kane's on like 15 or 20, and Son has a 31% goal conversion rate.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
That's like, he's taken 60 shots and scored like 23 of them. That's absolutely insane.
It really is.
And that's just a testament to how two-footed he is and how talented a finisher he is. We're so lucky to have him. And the relationship he has with Harry Kane was on full show again yesterday. Kulusevski with a beautiful goal to score his second. I bet he was gutted not to score the hat-trick. But I mean, that goal to clear, if Son hadn't scored that, Salah would have gone ahead of him. But what a goal to win your golden boot with. That was some strike from the edge of the box. And you guys were lucky enough to see it live, and I bet there was limbs everywhere. So
it really was. Unbelievable. You have no idea. Check out the vlog because it was absolute scenes.
Oh, I did. I watched the "Oh What a Night" chant. I watched the "Ginger from Sweden" chant. I watched you lot get shot, like when the players lifted up Son and you were screaming. It was absolutely amazing, and just what a feeling to be in the Champions League above Arsenal and in a position where we can challenge for the biggest of trophies again. No more UCL, but the wrong type. We're finally, again, Son put it best, we're back where we belong. This club, with this stadium, with the players that we have, with the manager we have, anything other than Champions League, obviously we weren't expecting it, but now we look back at it and it's like anything other than Champions League would have been deemed a failure because of the caliber of player that we have, the caliber of manager we have, and of course the stadium. It deserves to hear that beautiful orchestral anthem blaring out from the PA system.
Yeah, and we're definitely going to hear that very soon, which I can't wait for. I mean, I put out a poll earlier today. We've got 2,500 votes on it now. Who's been the better signing, Romero or Kulusevski? Kulusevski's winning by 52%. Romero got 48%. What's your opinion on it?
I guess I'm part of the minority then. I have to give credit for Kulusevski, first of all. Sorry.
Oh, you're choking there?
13. Sorry, please don't call me an Arsenal fan. No. I do think Kulusevski, first of all, has been an absolutely amazing signing. Probably one of the top 3 January transfers into the club. Obviously, Luis Diaz has made a whole difference for Liverpool, and to think that he was our third choice behind can you believe Adama Traore? I mean, Luis Diaz would obviously have been an exceptional signing. I would prefer Kudo over Diaz, but Diaz would have still been an exceptional signing. But imagine we signed Adama Traore over this man. Like,
Yeah.
looking
true,
back at it,
facts.
we were so disappointed when the Traore deal fell through, and now look here, it's like that could have been a blessing in disguise because he's done nothing on loan at Barcelona. He had like a good 3-game start and has done virtually nothing since then. Whereas Kulusevski got 13 goal contributions in 19 games. I think he's got the same goal contributions as like nearly half the Arsenal squad, and he's been like most of the Arsenal squad has been there for like half the time. So that's a brilliant feat from him. But I just think our defensive solidity this season wouldn't have been half as good without Christian Romero. I do think that Lucas Moura or Steven Bergwijn wouldn't have been able to do what Kulusevski has done. But I think obviously the drop off of quality between Kulusevski, Moura, and Bergwijn is lower than the drop off of quality between Christian Romero and Davinson Sanchez. I know Sanchez has been good in the small amount of games he stepped into, but if you were to play Sanchez in a 38-game season versus Christian Romero over a 38-game season, I think the difference would be absolutely staggering, especially in those warrior-like challenges that he runs into. I do think Kulusevski's been an outstanding signing, and I don't think Lucas Moura or Steven Bergwijn could do what he's done for the club. But I think we would have, if we hadn't signed Christian Romero, there wouldn't have even been a semblance of Champions League hope. I don't think he's been the key reason why, but I think he's just been overall a more important player to the squad. But it's such fine margins there. Such fine margins.
Mikey, what would you rate the season out of 10?
I'd give it an 8, and I know a lot of people are giving it 9s and 10s, but I think as long as we, obviously this might sound a little bit complacent, but the longer that trophy drought goes on, I can't rate a season a 9 or a 10. Once we do win a trophy, then I will rate it a 9 or a 10, but I think this season is about as good as it could have got without winning a trophy. And so that's why I rate it an 8. It's been, and obviously Kane downing tools a little bit at the beginning of the season may have cost like our season a little bit. If we had Conte from the start, who knows what we could have done in the Carabao or in the FA Cup. But at the same time, I rate it an 8 just because that trophy drought is still going on. But, you know, not long may it not continue, you know?
Exactly. Hopefully next season we break the duck. All right.
We say that every season, but we haven't gone into a season with Antonio Conte and, you know, back-to-back Golden Boot winners for 2 different players. I think this is the second time it's happened behind Liverpool, who had Mane and Salah, and obviously KPV pointed out Van Persie for Arsenal and Man U. But genuinely, this next season we have every right to be excited, and I'm looking forward to not only the World Cup but to the Champions League nights, because obviously with the World Cup we'll be playing Champions League sort of group stage games into January as well because of the scheduling the way the World Cup is. So that'll be interesting. So, you know, maybe late Christmas present, we qualify for the UCL round of 16.
That would be very nice. Very nice.
Actually, quick word from my girlfriend, Leah. She's begging Tottenham and PSG to be put in the same group because we haven't played each other. And I'm saying, I don't want this defense to face Mbappe. I don't. So
no, definitely.
Bring him on, Mikey. Bring him on.
Or Ben Davis marking Messi out of a game.
Why not? Why
not?
Antonio Conte needs to be backed, and once he's back, we'll be ready to face the best. So don't you worry about that.
Yes. Anyway, Ben
Davis and Ryan Sessegnon had Mo Salah in their back pocket, so don't back against it.
You're not wrong there. You're not wrong there.
So Mikey, thanks for coming on, bro, and we'll speak to you next time.
Whenever you're on next, I'll see you soon. Bye, guys.
See you, mate. Bye. Brilliant stuff there from Mikey. So close this poll, 52% to 48%. It just shows that it's such fine margins, isn't it? Because there's no out and out like real answer for this one. It is based purely on opinion. There's 100%. No factual evidence.
You can definitely
anywhere.
Make cases for both of them.
Yeah. But anyway, let's bring on our next guest, and that is Roshan. Roshan, how are we doing?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, my friend. How are you? How are you feeling? How was your day yesterday?
I'm buzzing. I'm so happy. I couldn't be more happy at Tottenham, obviously, because I haven't been supporting Spurs as long as you do. That's why I haven't seen that maybe the better moments. That's why these moments, like when we qualify for Champions League against Arsenal, these are big moments. So that's why I think there's a nice echo problem. Is there?
Hello?
We can't really hear you properly, Roshan. There's a bit of a
Yeah.
problem with your audio, I think.
All right, I go.
Okay, maybe try and reconnect, and we'll try and get you back on in a sec. We'll try and get Roshan back on. We'll try.
All right, we'll try Roshan, but let's go to our next guest while waiting, and it's the man we've all been waiting for. It's Brain's. No, I'm joking. It's Brian Daigle, everyone.
Hey.
Brian, how you doing?
Wait, you're not wearing the shirt, Brian?
It's right
Well, no,
there
I've got,
behind
mate,
him.
I've got that. Ben, see, that's why Ben and me are like that.
Hey. The beautiful shirt.
How's the chicken wing stain doing on there?
See if you can see it. There you go.
Oh,
see
there
it?
you go.
Brian,
Beautiful.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised your wife hasn't taken the shirt while you're sleeping or something. Just put it in the wash or something.
Do you know what? I actually said to her, "You cannot wash this shirt." She's like, "Yes, I bloody can." I'm like, "No, you bloody can't." So, I don't know whether I need to hide it or bring it to England with me next week. I don't know what to do. I'm in the biggest dilemma.
She just doesn't understand the power. You have to
I
explain to
don't
her.
think she does. I've tried to, but I have to say, before we get into all the fun, I've got to say, Ben, when you said that about West Ham, I have to say, do you know what it reminded me of? West Ham and the Europa, the Conference League. You know when you go to, you start growing up and you love an aftershave and you ask your parents to go get you an aftershave and they go down to the market and get you one of those cheap copies that smells like the thing to begin with, but then absolutely fucking reeks.
Yeah.
Well, that's West Ham.
100%.
That's the analogy of West Ham. They're cheap aftershave that think they're big, they think they can go the distance, and then they reek.
Absolutely. I mean, them and the Conference League just suit each other, don't it?
Oh mate, it's like it's
Match
like
made in heaven.
It's like tea and toast. It's like literally, it's like bacon and eggs. It's like everything. It's a perfect tandem. But Simeon, happy birthday for yesterday, brother.
Thank you, Brian. Much appreciated, my brother. It was a great birthday. It was a good day for everyone, I think, for all Spurs fans, wasn't it?
It was unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. What a incredible performance from each and every one. And I'm gonna two players I really want to highlight. Obviously, we know Kane, Son, Kulusevski, and those guys are going to get a lot of credit. But I've been saying for a while, or since the Liverpool game, Ben Davies has been absolutely superb and deserves a hell of a lot of credit and respect, as does someone that I spoke about, which you spoke about, Ben, again, is Ryan Sessegnon. Who, do you know what? I still see a little bit of nerves in him where he won't open his body up and sprint past people. He's checking in a lot, but I reckon once he gets a pre-season under Conte, he is going to be all guns blazing. I reckon hopefully we'll get a little bit of competition for him because I can't wait for Reguilon to leave. Cannot wait for him to leave. But he is looking good again, or he's starting to look like the player we thought we were signing, which is fantastic to see. But Ben Davies, my word.
Yeah, I mean, our attack has come under a lot of praise. Obviously, Kane and Son getting the golden boot, Kulusevski with his numbers, but you reckon our defence has gone under the radar a little bit, 16 clean sheets this season, 5 goals conceded in the last 11 games. Do you think that these likes of Davis, Dyer, even Sanchez, 3 clean sheets with Sanchez in the team, deserve a bit more credit?
Simeon, everything you have just said is the exact reason in that amazing poll you went for why I went for Romero. Exactly that. If you look at when you say the attack, yes, we needed help for Son and Kane, but that's Son and Kane. Find me a team that would not have Son and Kane in their team. You won't. But Romero's come into this defence where, let's face it, we've all had things to say about every single one of the defenders and how they need help, how they need strengthening, how they need someone to come in and literally be a leader and show them the way. And my word, has that man done it? My word, has he?
I wanted to ask you this, Brian. You talk about Reguilon saying you can't wait for him to go.
Yep.
So maybe, this doesn't relate to him, but maybe someone else, other players that we've been speaking about this season. We brought up a tweet on Twitter Reacts from the Extra Inch saying that maybe Spurs fans, I think this season has shown that Spurs fans are too quick to maybe chuck players aside. What would your opinion be on that?
Well, the only reason I say I can't wait for Reguilon to go is because when he came, he was bought from Mourinho to play in the back four.
Mm-hmm.
Where for me, in my opinion, he's much better than Sessegnon in that position. That is the position. If we're playing a back four, I'd have been saying keep Reguilon. But it's obvious we are playing a back three. We all know we're going to play wing backs, and he just can't do it. He just can't do it. Listen, I wish him well. I hope he has a glittering career, but we may be getting rid of players soon. But listen, this guy does not fit the formation we're playing in. So it's time to get rid of him and bring someone that can, because he can't do left wing back.
But, not just him, but, the players like Emerson Royale, Eric Dyer, Ben Davis, Ryan Sessegnon to a degree. A lot of players there that, us included, a lot of people would have just thrown them out ready to sell them willy-nilly. But what's your opinion on, maybe Spurs fans being too quick to judge these kind of players?
No, you've got a point there. Listen, I've never been one to rip into Ben Davies. I've said before that I don't think he is like the ceiling that we need to be aiming for. We need a much higher ceiling. But when it came to the bad eggs, the bad egos, the bad personalities and just causing drama, or speaking bad about the club, we all know Ben Davies isn't that person. So I wasn't really in on him. But the only reason with Reguilon as well is Reguilon will get us a decent bit of cash back. If Real Madrid activate their clause, I think, 35 or something million around that price?
Around that, yeah. I think it's like 40 million euros or just below.
There you go. So whatever the conversion is. But we're not going to get that for any of the other players you just mentioned. So if it comes to getting money in, and I know you're going to come to me about that soon, so I'll just kind of lead you in that way, is obviously get some money for him and give it to Conte to get in a left wing back that he knows he can trust to do the job.
What's your with the fact that Tottenham have Conte at the helm now, and we have Champions League football? We asked a question before about how exciting a time this is for Tottenham and how built ready we are maybe to succeed. Do you think could you argue that this is the most exciting time for Tottenham in the Premier League era at the moment, considering the circumstances around, or do you think maybe you can't go that far just yet?
No, I mean, if you look at it now, and I just want to echo something Ryan said, and obviously people will know, and you two know Ryan's very, very close to me.
Mm-hmm.
People that are leaving out, we are very, very happy with this. It's not, oh my God, no, we can't be happy. This is what we want. We all want a successful Tottenham.
I mean, Stell does need to wear an Arsenal shirt.
I mean, I said to him the moment he made that stupid bet. Get a tattoo. Do something stupid. Eat a ghost. Don't ever say stuff like that. It will come back, especially in that studio. When you say it in that studio, when you say it in that studio, we all know what happens. So listen, we're all delighted. Now it's the time to grab the ball by the horns and say this is the time. Like you said, Ben and Sim, all season what we've been saying. The stadium, there. The training ground, there. The manager, there. Players like Son and Kane and Kulu now, but there. But when we were in the Champions League last time, when it was a Modric, a Van der Vaart, a Ledley King, a Jermaine we didn't build on that moment that we had. This is the crossroad we're at now, where we've done this before, where we've been in the Champions League. And we were in there for 4 years in a row, which was fantastic for the club. But did we have everything that's surrounding us now? No. And I will say it here. That part where it comes to the stadium, the training ground, he does deserve credit for. That I've said it before. That stadium is an architectural masterpiece. It is. There's not a thing wrong with it, apart from obviously a bit more identification or branding in the seats. But now that we've got the things that we said, right, we're now going to achieve, this is what we've been waiting for. Well, now all our ducks are in a row. All our ducks in a row, and it's now you take this bloody opportunity. That's it.
Absolutely. And what does it take? I mean, I know maybe fans like us, maybe not forget what ENIC have done in the past, because it's important not to forget. But
Yep.
is there a way that you can forgive?
No, forgive? No. No,
Or
no,
move
no. I mean,
forward? Forget forgive or forget. Just move forward with
so
them
the only
as
way
the
I'll move
owners.
forward is exactly, again, what Ryan said and what I've been saying the whole time. When we didn't get anyone for 2 transfer windows, and then he spent big on Ndombele and everything, he had to do this because we went 2 windows without signing anyone. Money was there. He had to make a move. Exactly what Ryan said. One swallow does not make a summer. You do it 1 year. If he backs Conte well this year, I will have absolutely no problem. In fact, I have the greatest of pleasure of coming on your channel and every single other channel and going, do you know what? And you know I will, because I'm man. Well done. Well done. You've done it once. Now continue. 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 Because that's what big boys do. They put the big boy pants on and they start doing what they need to do. And if he does that, and he does that for at least 4 or 5 years, then I may start thinking about it. And when I say 4 or 5 years, I don't mean, 80 million on this player, 90 million on this player. I mean, if he wants De Vrij, go get De Vrij. The season's done now. Get it done. Conte has said he wants 5 players before they go to career. Get it done. Get it done. This is the time you show it. And this is the time we start making it, because we have everything at this club now. Everything that we need. Like everyone is saying, he's put himself in a corner that only he can get himself out of. And let's see if he does it. But at the moment, like I said, right now, it's just a joyous time. It's a joyous. Listen, you look at it, I've got Brad Matthews flying out to me as we speak. He's just taking off. I'm back in a week. Your wedding's in about 2.5 weeks. We're in the Champions League. Arsenal can piss off to the Europa, and so can Piers Morgan. The cheap Cologne West Ham are in the Conference League. There's an all-or-nothing documentary that everyone is going to love to watch. Things are good right now. Things are good right now, but we shall have to wait and see where it goes. This is the whole problem. I mean, there's a lot of people on Twitter going, "Oh, where are all the Levy outers?" And I've been retweeting. I'm right here. I'm right here. Let's see what happens in the summer. That's what it's going to come down to. But right now we've got a bask in. I think we're the only club as well to have 2 Golden Boot winners in the same team right now. I think we're the first team to pass it down from one player to another player.
Well, Liverpool did it with Salah and Mane, and and I mean, I know it's not one player to another, the same club, but Van Persie did it with 2 different clubs consecutively.
I'd erased him from my memory. So, but you just look at it. I mean, Benson Court, I so wanted him. Did they start singing the song there yesterday?
They did in full voice, mate.
Oh, mate, I'm obsessed with it. I'm obsessed. And you know what? When it comes to songs, I was thinking whilst you were going live. Do you know what I love about this? We've gone from Chaz and Dave to ABBA with Kulusevski. That's like our phenomenal songs. Chaz and Dave, ABBA, and Agadoo for Ericsson. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. The fact that we can get these things, and then you saw all the memes, and I sent you the Only Fools and Horses thing, which is
that was brilliant. That was brilliant. La 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 la.
Everyone check my Twitter. I've pinned it. It's I think it's up to 600 likes or something like that, or whatever it is. It's just exploded. But it is an absolutely, mate. These are the things to be happy with. You know what I mean? The sun is shining. We are top 4. Everything is looking good, and let's just hope come August we are all saying the same thing. And if he does well in August, like I said, I will have the greatest pleasure of coming on every single channel and going, "Well done, sir. Well done. Now keep it up." Do I think I will be? I don't. He's saying 5 or 6 players. Listen, if we get 3 or 4, if we get over 50% of the players he wants in, I deem that as a success. I don't, you know what I mean? You're not going to get 6 in, 8 out in one window. I just can't. It doesn't matter if you're Tottenham Hotspur, if you're whatever. I just don't see it happening. So if we can get people out that we need out, and we can get 4 or 5 in, done. Or over 50% of the players that Conte has said that he wants, done. I mean, what I didn't like, and I heard you talking about it as well, was this Fraser Foster link, which blows my sodding mind. No, thank you. But that, let's see where it takes us. We've got busy summer ahead, and let's just hope it's a good busy, not me standing outside a training ground or Lily White House. But at least if I am doing that, it will be sunny. It won't be
Won't be
freezing my ass
freezing.
off.
Yeah.
Wearing 3 pairs of gloves, 2 pairs of socks, jumpers, scarves, hoodies, everything. So let's see where we go.
And you know, back in January, back in the early stages of January, you were here. We had that massive debate, didn't we?
Yep.
About being patient on the transfer window, and ultimately, in my opinion, I think it's the transfer window that's really kind of pushed us over the line this season with the signings of Kulusevski and Bentancur. When you're back in a few weeks' time, are we going to be having another one of those debates, or I think we can put that one on the back burner a bit?
Well, I think whilst the time I'm there, you're on your honeymoon, mate. So I don't think Ashley's going to be very, very happy with you. Say, listen, I've just got to quickly do something. But no,
There's always time for a debate, Brian.
Listen, again, we got to waste it. Listen, January, that was very, very lastminute.com. Whether that was the plan from the, you know what, when I look back at it now, if these were identified as targets, what difference could it have been if we had them for the Chelsea semi-finals? What difference would it have been if we had it for the Chelsea League? What difference would it have been if, which doesn't matter now, we had the North London derby, but every gunner's a runner? But now we look back, it doesn't. Listen, they have made a wonderful addition. And Kulusevski, my word, this guy. I mean, I was pissing myself when he didn't know whether to shoot or cross to turn and kind of trip. I was like, oh my God, what is going on? But yeah, they have been 2 wonderful additions, and this is what we've got to do. It's got to be, as I've said, it's got to be quality over quantity. That's the key to everything. Quality over quantity.
And quickly, Brian, what was your score out of 10 for the season? What would you rate the season out of 10?
So I'm going with Mikey on this. I'm giving it an 8. I'm giving it an 8. Listen, we haven't won a cup. Yes, we've qualified for the Champions League. If we had Conte from the beginning, I don't think it would have been a last-minute thing. Not saying we would have won a title or won a cup, but at least I think top 4 would have been put to bed a lot sooner than it would have. Who knows who we would have got in the summer if it had been him. So I'm giving it an 8. But I just want to say there's been a lot of love going out, and I just want to thank everyone that's in the chat for the support of all the channels and everything, and. Whether you Levy in, Levy out, love me, hate me, it don't matter. We're all one big family that we're all happy. Let's all laugh at Arsenal, but most importantly, and it's you boys as well, the mothership as I call who. And I was just saying to Ilana, and I said it to you guys before, and I say it whenever I get a chance. You two have literally changed my life, and I've said this to you before, and I've said it on public because I've been in dark places or whatever, and COVID, whatever. And coming on this show and then not just getting to know you, but considering you family and having the joy of joining you in the studio and also helping you guys when one of you are on holiday or out or whatever, it's one of the greatest things in my life. And honestly, I cannot thank you boys enough. I love you both so very, and the whole family and your family and the whole We Are Tottenham TV crew. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, guys.
Big up, Brian. The words
Shout
mean
you,
a lot
Brian.
to us. And
we love you too, Brian.
Yeah, we want to thank you too. You know, you've been a constant help and a constant supporter of the channel, and it means a lot. I mean, anytime, all I need to do is send you one little emoji, and then you're there to do anything that we kind of need for the channel. So I cannot thank you enough.
Well, I can't wait to be sitting in your seat in June, buddy.
You definitely will.
Yeah, I've kept it very warm for you, so don't you worry about that.
Please do. Just can you take the jinx off so I don't put any tattoo bets? It was your chair that Stell was sitting in. Simeon's sitting in my chair where I made the stupid bet, so I don't know if I'll say something stupid. But
as long as you wear that shirt behind you, nothing stupid can happen.
Maybe that's a good idea. Then she can't wash it. That's a very, very good idea, Ben. Done deal.
But I'll be worried for Simeon though, how much it smells.
Oh God!
It's actually, mate. Do you know what? There's so much deodorant on this motherfucking thing. It's literally, it's like when I start doing it, it's like stars in their eyes, and I come through the smoke screen with all the deodorant that's getting sprayed on it. So it's all good. But listen,
it's gonna
guys,
change colour. Well, how long till it changes? Starts
oh,
changing
what you mean
colour?
like those? Remember those hypercolour shirts that change it with the heat?
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
What it's going to be like. That's what it's going to be like, guys. But listen, I can see you got loads and loads of people in the back end. I'm not going to say the words today because it's not a day about the parasite. It's a day about Tottenham Hotspur, the glorious fans, and most importantly, our great manager. Love you all. See you soon.
Love you too, Brian.
And
Have
as
a good one.
always, back Conte.
Come on,
Come on.
Brian. Big up. All right. What have we got here? We got another super chat from Matt Card saying, such a great end to the season. Big up, lads. And Bob Spur TV saying, Daigle has changed every dwarf's life too. Okay.
Nice one.
Let's bring Roshan back on, see if his audio is any better. Roshan, how are we?
What about now?
Yeah, it's a bit better, I think.
Slightly better, yeah.
Can
I think anyway, we're going to need to get
Yeah,
through these calls a bit quicker from now. Still, we got a lot of people still waiting, but let's talk about the season first. And what would you rate it out of 10?
I give it a 8. I have to give it an 8 because we wouldn't imagine we are going to get the Champions League football. Yeah, we can say we started the season with Nuno, and that's a minus. That's why you have to take some points for that out. But all in all, since Conte came, doesn't matter our attacking players, our defenders, our midfielders, every player, like the club has been in a great form, and just we got what we needed. Of course, we were not going to get a Premier League title. Maybe a trophy would be nice, but again, the Champions League, the thing that we always want to get in every season, we got it. So that's why I give it 8 out of 10.
Yeah, and fair enough.
Yeah, just
Go on, what were you going to say?
Has been, again, I said, just has been, again, just to say the great season over Arsenal. The fact that it has happened over Arsenal, it's much beautiful. And that's the time now. We have as much like Sonny says, like we belong to the Champions League. We have one of the best stadiums in the world, one of the best, two of the best attacking players, maybe three. We had a great January transfer window, so we belong to the Champions League. Actually, we have to get it regularly. Like when you think about Chelsea started the season as European champions, and we started as Conference League qualifiers. We just finished 3 points below them. I think you can say that's an underachievement from Chelsea. You have to say, in my opinion, next season, yes, we have to look at ourselves, what we're going to do for next season. Definitely, it's the most important part, but also the other clubs. For example, in my opinion, City and Liverpool will stay the same, no change. They set the standards. United are coming good. I think they're excited for their new project. I think Chelsea will flop next season. They're not going to get European places. They will, but Europa League, something like that. Last like 10 match days of the season, I don't think they have been any better. Like they have been worse than us for sure. They've struggled to beat Leicester, Watford yesterday. Like they don't have that talisman in their team. You see Lukaku flopping £100 million transfer. Kai Havertz is a bang average player for me. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's like for me, like Kulusevski had more contributions than Bernardo Silva and Kai Havertz, and he joined in February. Mason Mount, the stat pattern, we don't need to talk about Chelsea, but I just talk about other teams. How other teams will be a threat for us. So
I love it.
Chelsea, I think, yeah, that's why I think Chelsea we will do. And we did better. Since Conte came in, we got more points than them. That's the fact. Hopefully the same the next season. Arsenal, I don't have anything to say about them. Maybe if I have, like, they overrate themselves so much. Let's say, hope it continues like that, as you said. And unfortunately, Liverpool and Manchester City, I think, will stay like that. And yeah, no less than third, as you said, and we'll look for trophy and good run in the Champions League. Oh, I miss Champions League so much. I can't wait to watch Champions League draw even, not games like draw.
Well, if
It
you
will
can't
be
wait
so
for the
exciting.
Champions League, I've
Thanks
got a nice little
for the
soundbite for you.
content.
Quiver, please hit that button.
Yes,
Come on.
and we're in the Champions League. That's great. That's great. Hopefully, we don't get the death group, but some big boys as well. And like I think, like for my opinion, Kane's season started when Conte came, and Conte came when 10, 12 games were gone. He scored 17 goals. So imagine if he has full season with Conte, he will always score 30 goals, in my opinion. Maybe I'm a bit deluded, but let's hope it happens. Son, like as good as a player as Harry Kane, in my opinion, no less, no more. Kulusevski have been the best signing of the season for us, in my opinion, because as much as I love Christian Romero, I would start Davinson Sanchez and Kulusevski over Romero with Lucas Moura. So that's why I think Kulusevski has been the signing of the season. Højbjerg has been a very, very top midfielder. Like there was a stat, he is the third for what marking or just I don't know, but he has been searched for a good stat below Declan Rice. So it shows he's a top midfielder. He had a better season than N'Golo, in my opinion. I don't want to sound too deluded, but just I'm so happy from yesterday. You know the way, and when you see like we got top four, it was in our hands, and the players want Son to get golden boot. You know they couldn't mind it as well, but they do. When you see Ben Davies celebrating Son getting golden boot like we win the league, it was absolutely like brilliant scenes. Like that means even Golini doesn't play. He's doing supportive things in the dressing room. That seems like there's a big connection between these players, except the likes of Bergwijn, who deserves to play but don't play, deserved it. So, yeah, that's I have to say. I still don't think media or just another people doesn't give the credit we deserve to our season, considering we had two managers this season and we still finished above Arsenal. So it took Conte 6 months to do what Arteta wanted to do in 3 years. Yeah, let's see. Hope it continues like that, and it will. That's I think all about the season. Now time to back Conte. Massive, I want to believe, like Alistair Gold said, I believe in him so much, and I hope it is like that. We need, I feel bad when I say we need a replacement for Ben Davies, Eric Dyer, Matt Doherty, when they have been so good for us. Like Ben Davies, did he have a bad game since Conte came in? 1 or 2 maybe. Same with Eric Dyer.
I can't remember one.
At some point, Matt Doherty was like in top 6 for goal contribution. Like it was mad to see. And as much as I just don't want to give all the credit Conte, not because we are as a team we have done well, but it's just all these are because of Conte, like 80-85% because of Conte. And that shows like not in Spurs, like manager is big part of club success, the biggest part of club success. And we got like top 4 manager in our club right now, in my opinion, Conte. Better after Klopp and Guardiola is the best in my opinion. So what we can want now, just to get the trophy we're not getting for 14 years, and which will be done, in my opinion, with Conte in the next years and hopefully the next year. And we let Kane and Son leave our club with trophy as just complete legends. That's all I want. That's all I ask for, and then I will be the happiest person. Just finally, I want to say I have been following your channel since you were 50k subscribers. I have to say, Spurs was much lovable with you. Like I always had excitement. Like, what will be the match preview? What are you gonna say about the performances? Did we enjoy performances? The score? What's going on the club? So I have to say thanks so much, thanks to you, and I appreciate your the job you are doing. And yeah, I have to say. I have been every time. I have never missed a day without watching your videos since I follow you. I can say that.
Wow.
Thanks for that.
Unbelievable.
Thank you to entertain the content of my football
Thank you so
mind.
much,
So
Roshan.
thank you so much. Yeah, that's all I can say.
Thank you very much, Roshan, man.
Yeah,
Much
hopefully see
appreciated, bro.
you next season.
Yeah, most
very
definitely.
soon.
We'll see you next season.
See
Thanks
you.
for coming on all season, and it's been a pleasure to get your opinions on stream. And we'll see you
See
very
you.
soon.
See you, Roshan.
Big
Love
up,
it.
big up, big up. We got a comment here from super chat from Jack Clark. I'm not sure it's the same Jack Clark, but he says,
Might be.
Credit Levy went for Conte, not a pushover manager.
No, it's true. Look, I credit Levy for bringing him in. I don't credit him for bringing him in November, but I do credit him for bringing him in. And and he didn't have to do it at the time, even though, because as much as we all complaining about Nuno and everything, he was in a new job, and he was 5 wins and 5 losses out of 10 games. And 5 wins in 10 games, I know it's 5 losses as well, but 5 wins in 10 games isn't disastrous. It's bad, but it's not disastrous. It's not like sackable.
And 5 losses is
5 losses in 10 games, you could argue potentially. But like 15 points in your first 10 games is not like the worst points total in the world. But it's not
just
great.
that, it was what you were seeing on the pitch.
No, I
as
know
well.
that. I know that. I'm not saying he wasn't right to do it. I'm just saying he could have not done it, but he did. And that's
It
the right
was
thing to
getting
do.
so toxic though. So like, it seemed like he had to do it at that point.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. You will win the next game and everything. You know what I mean? It was a bit like that the whole way through. We won 3 games, everything was right. Then we lost 3 games, everything was bad. Then we won another game, it was like, oh, everything's all right again. And it was a bit. But look, he did well to convince Conte to come. Maybe a lot of it was Paratici, but let's just hope he keeps him happy. That's the main thing.
Absolutely. We're going to have to go through these guests a bit quicker because we still got a lot more content to get through today. But let's move over to our next guest, and that is Michael. How's it going, Michael?
I got a message for Arsenal fans. You know, guys. Shit, I won't hit it. Never mind. You know the rest. Right, you have a button
We
there.
can do that job for you. There you go.
Yeah, let's do that for me. Yeah. Oh, that's so beautiful. That's so beautiful.
Talk to me,
No,
Michael. What would you rate the season out of 10?
My rating probably is 7.5 or 8, similar to yours, and it's just similar to what previous callers said. A 10 would be like winning Premier League or Champions League. A 9 would be winning FA Cup or Carabao. Then I guess this season is an 8, right? Just by definition, because everything went as it should be without getting trophies. So, a perfect season in my opinion, considering the way it started, right? But before I get on to talking, first of all, Sim, happy birthday to you. I know your birthday was yesterday, but we didn't have a chance to speak yesterday, so I will tell it now. And Ben, I hope everything goes well with your wedding.
Oh,
and,
thank you.
You have a beautiful missus, and just I hope you will be happy together forever.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah, that's just lovely that everything comes together so well, right?
on days like today, 100%.
Yeah, just a lovely time to be alive, to be happy, and in terms of like this season and what's on ahead, I'm gonna tell you guys a short story, because that's similar story to what happened with Denmark on the previous Euros, but of course not with the Eriksen thing that happened, but on the previous Euros 2016, Poland made it to quarterfinals, right? Then we got knocked out by Portugal. But in our country there was this feeling that something was brewing there, right? There was like this deep feeling deep inside me, because we were starved out of any medals, any trophies in our national team for like nearly 40 years, right? Since we got the bronze medal on the World Cup. And there was this feeling that something was brewing. And even though our team was majority like shit, like fodder, we got to a quarterfinal. I got barely knocked out by Portugal, and it was a bit of a killjoy. But I have a similar feeling about Spurs right now. I have a feeling that players and community, our supporters are so starved of success that if something good happens, we'll ride that wave of success forward. Like let's just think about it. I do believe that momentum and the state of mind that you have is really important in football. I do believe that like 50% of what's happening on pitch is up here in the mind of a player. If you go out thinking that you are gonna bottle it or you are gonna lose it, then you are never gonna win, right? But if you have that belief, that that kind of even rage, that that you haven't won anything, I do believe that it can drive people on. And I just have a feeling that if Conte gets back this summer, like as you guys said, if he gets what he needs, it doesn't have to be like Lautaro Martinez for a backup striker, and Bastoni, and whoever else like Mbappe and Haaland, and just it doesn't have to be like top class. It just has to be something to fill the gaps that we have in this team. And I am extremely excited about the next season, because like why wouldn't you be? As I said, I have this feeling, I have this like this strange feeling that something nice is going to happen. I do believe that you guys have it too, right?
Definitely.
From what you said. Yeah, just it's so perfect. Sonny got the golden boot, which is like a really nice start to fire him into the next season, right? I do believe that Kane also wants another golden boot, so I guess he will be motivated if everything with team is all right.
I think he wants more than another one. If
Yeah.
if I know Kane, yeah.
Yeah, so just a solid 7.5 or 8 out of this season, like solid performances throughout the team, even though some of the players have had their bad moments. And we are like screaming our lungs off when we saw Royal play, but he came through at the end of the season and he did his job properly. And that's something that I've heard David talk about plenty, that like in terms of players like Dyer or Davies, right? They've done brilliantly this season in the context of how well they could do, like how well did we rate them, right? But there is like they would be good squad players for the future, but I think that we have to upgrade on them. And it's not nothing against Davies or Dyer, right? But I feel like if our club shows a bit of like ambition and ruthlessness, which in my opinion will be really important, then I think we are on to achieve great things, and we have the perfect person at the wheel, right?
Definitely.
Yeah,
there's a bit of a discussion about we were talking as well, and I can't remember how long you said you'd been a Spurs fan for when you first joined.
Around that Champions League run, I joined, right?
Okay, so you weren't really a fan when when we had our last season of White Hart Lane and stuff. But we're having a discussion about whether we believe this is the most exciting time that's ever been as a Tottenham fan, considering all the elements in place, the manager, the stadium, Kane and Son in their prime and everything. Is it? I know for you, even though you only just started supporting through the Champions League, is this the most exciting time for you as a Tottenham fan?
Since that Champions League final, definitely, like no doubt in my mind. But I even feel like it's more exciting now than it was during prime Poch time, just because from what I've watched, from what I heard you guys talking, and other callers, that it was, even though we were successful, like I mean we didn't get the trophy, but we were successful in terms of competing, right? This club always felt like there was some transition going through. Like there was stadium being built, like no transfer windows. There was always something missing there. I felt like, even though the squad was really good and the manager was really good, right? Right now we have the best stadium in the world, pretty much. We have the best manager in the world, pretty much, right? Maybe Klopp and Pep are better. We have the best training ground. We have two world-class strikers that need to have a team built around them. And if I was a midfielder, really ambitious midfielder that wanted to play in the Champions League, right? Like you look at that front three, and you think to yourself, I can be the provider for them. I can make my name providing assists for those three guys. Like, and there is plenty of positions that some players will look at our team and say, I am better than him. I can do job there. If they come for me, I will definitely accept, right? Because of course we will be, for example, in competition against Chelsea in terms of signing center backs, right? Because pretty much their whole defense goes away, so they will also try to compete with us. But at this point, I feel like we are competitors to Chelsea in terms of attractiveness, because like back in the day, Chelsea was a kind of a finished project, right? And they were just adding to the finished project, and in our case right now, we are kind of a finished project, but there is this something missing. But it's only players. We have the fan base, we have the stadium, we have training ground, we have the coach. We just need a bit more quality in the team. And I believe if we sign like I don't know 2 to 3 statement signings like Bastoni, Kostic, and Gleison Bremer, for example, to shore up the defense, and we do smart signing in terms of other positions, right? Digit Spence for as a young player with prospect, but who is also kind of proven, right? Not on the highest level, but he has quality. And we sign a midfielder for cheap, but who has real quality, like Bentancur. He only costed 19 million, right? And then we go and get a backup striker, but not like Lautaro Martinez, but someone of the ilk of, like, I don't know, some striker from the teams that just dropped. Just someone who can provide goals against easier oppositions, so that Kane doesn't have to play every minute of every match. And I do believe that this team is sorted. And then if this team gets sorted like that, then you only need to add like one player in the winter. Then you only need to add like 2 players in the next summer, and ship 2 out. And if you build a foundation, then it's much easier to build upon it. You don't have to do a rebuild every time, right?
Absolutely.
And yeah, like as I said, if Conte gets backed, it will be glorious. But if he doesn't, then as I said, I want you guys to burn the stadium down, because like, like how can you show ambition like that and build such a beautiful stadium and fill it with mediocrity on the pitch, right?
That'd be a crime.
Yeah, that would be pretty much a crime, and you have to oppose it, right, as fans, because I can do it. I mean, I can fly to England and like join Brian's protest, but it will only be for like 2 days. You have to show, like, you English guys have to show your ambition as fans too, because
you might need to bring your tent when you come, and you might need to stay for a while and just camp out outside the training ground or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, probably. Thankfully, it would be, as Brian said, it would be warm in the summer, right? I wouldn't be freezing my balls off. But our fans also have to show that kind of ambition. Like, I feel confident about this team. I don't feel like we can win. I feel like we should win some matches, right? And we have to show confidence too, because if our team is confident but fans go, oh shit, we are playing like Royal Antwerp in the Champions League group stage, right? And I'm not sure we'll win. No, we should win, and our fans should expect it too, right? And all it takes is just one easier Champions League run, and suddenly we might be in a semi-final, right? Like, look at Liverpool. They beat Inter, Benfica, and Villarreal, right? I do believe that if our team gets strengthened, we could beat all those 3 teams with some issues, but it's not like it's a lost case. It just takes a bit of luck, and we can achieve great things. And that's probably what I will end it often because I know
Big
you guys
up.
have to get through the other players, right?
Big up, Michael. Thank you so much for coming on, and thank you for coming on as a guest all throughout the season. It's been a great pleasure.
Yeah.
Nice
Yeah,
one, Michael.
lovely guys. Thank you for all the job that you do. It's so great that we can voice our opinions, and like onto the next season. I will be joining next season too. So see you soon, guys.
Look forward to it,
Big
mate.
up, mate. Big up.
Yeah.
Come on.
Big
Go
up,
to
guys.
next season.
Big up. Got a few super chats to get through. First of all, welcome to a new member, Family Guy TV. Welcome to Silver. Maybe you can make some sort of Tottenham version of Family Guy. That'd be funny. Rambro with the super chat saying, my 22-23 wish list, double over the scum, wins at Anfield at the Bridge, deep into the Champions League, challenge for the title, and win a effing trophy. Come on, you
Not asking for
Spurs.
much, are you?
No. And Mr. Dover, because I'm not going to read out his full name because that's a bit of a bait.
Definitely.
But Mr. Dover is saying, everything is in Levy's hands now. I'm praying that the meeting with Conte goes well. Hope the naming rights get done so we can fully back Conte. Absolutely. And a super chat from Ben Rockbloom. Big up, Ben. And he says, we are Champions League. See you at the wedding. We will celebrate proper. And that's most definitely what we will do
100%.
at the wedding. We will be
Big up, Ben
celebrating big time. Let's bring on our next guest, a person who I gave thanks to earlier in the stream for all the work he's done on the pre-match pump-ups throughout the season. So let's bring him on for one last time this season. Mr. Irish Hotspur, Dave. How you doing, my friend?
I'm on cloud nine, my man. Absolutely buzzing, man. Absolutely buzzing. Couldn't be better.
Yeah, well, you when we spoke back in January, you rated that window out of 9. It has kind of pushed us through till the end of this season. So what do you rate the season now out of 10?
I'll give it an 8 out of 10. Look, I think from where we were to how we've been able to pull it back, what Conte has done with some of the players like Dyer, Davies, Doherty, to get them going. Look, we can't forget we got to a Carabao Cup semi-final against Chelsea, albeit it didn't go our way. So if you look back at it, look, I know we've hit some of the lowest lows we've ever hit. We've had some of the highest highs we've ever had. But at the end of the day, I do think, look, over the course of the season, I'd give it an 8 purely because nobody had us in the discussion for top 4. Nobody had Sonny in the discussion for the Golden Boot. But yet, we managed to achieve both.
Yeah, and it was a brilliant season at the end of the day. How exciting for you is it right now being a Tottenham fan? Where does it rank in terms of where we're placed as a club with the manager, the stadium, the Son and Kane's form all in place right now? When have we ever been in a better position as a club?
Let's get this first and foremost. There's no better thing in the world than being a Tottenham fan. Let's get that straight. But
damn right.
Look, I'm super excited where this can go. At the end of the day, look, we've got a serial winner in Antonio Conte. I think I went out the traps early and I called him Don Paratici. I think, his signings in the January transfer window and everybody laughed at me when I called it a 9 out of 10 because the whole Levy thing was going on. But look, turns out I'm the one having the last laugh on that. And look, for me, I think the foundations is there to really push on. Look, Conte's come in, he's united the fans, the team, and the management staff all together as one. Now it's time for Daniel Levy to come and join the party. Show us your ambition this summer. Back the guy. Look, by all means, it is saying out there, all the rumours out there are suggesting that he will be back. But in order for this club to kind of push on where we need it to go, the owners, the fans, the clubs, and the management and the players, we all have to be united, and that's what we need to do next season. But it's up to the owners now to get themselves a part of this party and provide the money this summer.
Are we more equipped now to succeed than maybe we were leaving White Hart Lane that last season at White Hart Lane?
I think so, just purely because of Antonio Conte. Look, Antonio Conte has been there. He's done it. He knows how to get over the line. Whereas Pochettino, he came up from Southampton and he done an unbelievable job to push us where we were. But he didn't have that experience or the know-how to kind of guide us through the whole season and get us over the line. Whereas Conte has that in his repertoire. And I think, next season, I think we'll actually have a very good season. I believe we'll be in a title race up till about 10 games to go. What happens after that, I'm not sure. I definitely think we can nick one of the domestic cups. We're unbeaten against City, unbeaten against Liverpool, and it's inevitably going to come up against one of them at some stage if you want to win it. So for me, I think one of the domestic cups is definitely on the horizon, and a good summer transfer window. Who knows where we can go in the Champions League?
Yeah, look, it's very, very exciting times ahead for Tottenham. Tell me a bit about Sonny. What an achievement it was for him to win the Golden Boot yesterday. And where does he rank now for you in terms of best players to have played for Tottenham?
Look, I think first and foremost, it's an absolute unbelievable achievement. Nobody, I haven't seen anybody that predicted he'd be even in the running or put his name in the running for the Golden Boot. And I think this season, look, I have to give him credit. I think the player of the season definitely deserved. As much as I love Harry Kane, Son has done it through the whole season from start to finish. Even when people are getting on his back and saying, oh, but he's not playing well, his first touch, this, that, and the other, he was still chipping in with assists and goals. And that's the sign of a top quality player. And he's just been consistent all season long. I was loving the images yesterday when the squad were holding him up after he got the after he got his goals. I was absolutely loving that. And for me, I'm absolutely buzzing for him because I'll be honest, I don't think he'll get back there again in that sort of situation.
Sonny, you think this is his peak?
I'm not sure. I think it's his peak, but you have Hasaan coming into the Premier League next season. Harry Kane will be on full throttles the whole of next season. So I mean, it'd be a lot harder for him, in my opinion.
Yeah, it is a fairly low tally, isn't it, for a Golden Boot?
23, yeah. Well, Kane got it last year, but what, 22?
Yeah. But, Kane's won it on 29 and 30 before.
True.
But Dave, we've been asking everyone who's been the better signing, Romero or Kulusevski. We put out a poll. It's now nearly 3,648 votes. Still very close with 53% going for Kulusevski. Who do you side with?
I love both. I absolutely love both. Do you know what? I'm going to go for Romero purely because defence was our major problem last season. And it was a major problem, at times this season. But since he came back from his injury and he slotted in there beside Dyer and Davies under Antonio Conte, it really has formed a formidable sort of back three. Romero's been outstanding, he's been the ones that when the balls are coming in high, usually he's the one to go and win it. He's my sort of defender, I was always taught, if someone tries to take you on in the first, crunch them. Because what you do then is you make them make decisions. Do they want to get hurt? Do they fancy doing it again? If they do it again, crunch them the second time. And for me, I absolutely love that from Romero. He lets them know he's there from dot one. And he's actually changed the way players played this season where they start passing it back inside, start passing it backwards. They don't get much change out Romero whatsoever. Again, another prediction I remember making it on here. I said he's better at 23 than what Virgil van Dijk was. And a lot of people laughed at me, but I'm laughing again.
Big up, Dave. Absolute pleasure. It's been a pleasure having you on the Pump Ups all season. Thank you so much for all the hard work that you do, and we'll see you very soon.
Nah, look, it's not hard work at all. I absolutely fucking love it.
It was at times this season, Dave. It was at times.
Yeah, look, it was at times, but look, you know what I mean? I wouldn't change it for the world. I absolutely love it. There's nothing else I'd rather be doing than getting all Spurs fans pumped up for games, especially because everybody's been down. And look, I'm a firm believer if you think positive things happen, and no matter what's going on in life, always try and whack a smile on your face. It does a lot for people. And I just hope that, people that may be down going into games, I know Brains McLeod in the background, I gave that guy bipolar this season. At the end of the day, hopefully I got everybody pumped up. But look, boys, I want to say a massive thank you to you. The content you've been producing now for a good couple of years has been absolutely outstanding. And the fact that, people have been coming on and you're starting to get them involved and everything else, you've been truly amazing to all of us content creators out there as well. And you gave me a chance as well. So I really appreciate it, boys. And look, good times are coming now. Let's roll on next season.
Come on, lad. Getting
Dave,
ready for those
on.
CL pump-ups, Dave. Come on.
Before we go, can you play me that Champions League song, actually?
Oh, beautiful.
Absolutely love it. Arsenal, enjoy Europa League. Enjoy playing Dundalk next season. West Ham, better not speak. Try and cancel me.
Big up, Dave. We'll
Nice
speak
one,
to you
Dave.
very soon, mate.
Big up to you.
Come on, you
Come on, you Spurs.
Apparently, Brentford made a statement about Christian Eriksen, saying, "It is no secret we would love Christian to remain at Brentford for more seasons, and we will continue to discuss that possibility with him and his representatives." That's what I've had to say at the moment. They're discussing the potential of him staying, but sounds like there is definitely discussion to be had. He was asked as well. Did you see his quote? He was asked what he wants for the future, and he says, "I'm a very ambitious person. It would be nice to be back in Champions League, and I want to be challenging for trophies again." So it does sound like he's probably not going to remain at Brentford, Eriksen.
Yeah,
but we'll see.
We'll see.
I mean,
got a feeling it's going to happen.
You got a feeling he's going to come back to
I
Tottenham?
think so.
I would love him.
Do you think it's going to happen? No, you got a gut feeling about it?
My gut's telling me it's not going to happen, but I would love it to happen.
It just makes sense for it to happen.
Yeah, it does. It does make sense. And now we're back in Champions League. There's no reason why it can't happen.
Super chat here from Sanju saying, we don't deserve Sonny. He'd signed a contract after the mess of last season and all the Kane issues. Carried us while being out of form. Sonny's a gem. He is an absolute gem. And I'm loving every second of him.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. And also, there's Gabriel Jesus talking to ESPN. He says, "My future is still uncertain. I have already expressed my desire to Man City, to the Man City people, and to my agent. I have in my head very clear what I want."
Okay, well, let's see.
Let's see how it plays out. That comes after rumours that Tottenham apparently reportedly now after Gabriel Jesus.
All right, let's bring on our next guest. Hasn't been on the channel in a while, but let's bring him on. Brains McLeod.
Welcome return.
What's
Go
up,
on,
motherfuckers?
How's it going, man? Let's just press that button. I just want to hear Brains' reaction to this. Come on, man. How are you feeling, brother?
Man. I'm feeling good, dude. Honestly, how this season was going, honestly, Dave was totally right. At some point, I was about ready to start checking myself into like asylums and stuff. That I was trying, you know, a lot of sports is going on right now, so I'm playing a lot. But and obviously I'm out of injuries, so I am trying to play a lot. But I tell you what, though, towards the end of this season, the vibe in the stadium was proper, like the old Lane feeling, like that vibe. And you know what? Maybe a little bit controversial. When you get 60,000 all like just singing together and knowing that we're about to do something, this new stadium is a very hard place to come. Like, I don't know about what you guys
get. That consistent though. We need to get it consistent.
Derby, and I just missed out on that because
someone should have been there as well, right? You should have been there as well.
You know what happened that day? I was sitting here. I was trying to get a ticket all morning. Bob Spur was just trolling me, asking me how many I wanted every 5 minutes. I kept saying, I still want one. But I was just so stressed out by the game, and I was like freaking out. And so I just decided to go to the gym and just stop thinking about it. And as soon as I got in, I was in the gym for like an hour, but I saw like it was literally must have been 2 minutes after I got in the gym, like put my phone away, that you text me saying, you know,
I must have called you about 3-4 times.
Oh, dude, I went in, I was in a zen state coming out of the gym, and all of a sudden I see my phone, and I was just immediately heartbroken. You know, so, but then like the very night, like Burnley, I think the same, like the vibe. Obviously, the Burnley game would have been a completely different world, the stadium, if we you know hadn't absolutely pissed all over Arsenal's cornflakes, but we did, and just that vibe, that whole game, it was a tense game. We only won it by a goal, but just everyone singing, everyone just in such a good mood, and like that's the difference. That's the complete, and I think that's got a big thing. It's a huge like testament to like what Conte's brought. Obviously, there was that little period where we lost to Burnley, and it was like indecision, and Conte's like confidence must have even been a little bit rocked. The kind of the real situation that he's dealing with kind of hit him. Mm-hmm. But then to kind of like grind, to like get everyone to pull together, like what I definitely noticed amongst these players is that the mentality, it just strengthened. It just got stronger and stronger. And yeah, we might like, so when we dropped those points to Brighton, you would think like we would just shit the bed and do what Arsenal did. And you can see the difference between us between Arsenal and, other than Spurs just being a way better team in every facet of what you could imagine. But the difference is Arsenal having no leaders, young people, like they stumbled a little bit. It was still in their hands. It was still in their hands. All they had to do was keep their heads. But Spurs end up being with actual, like, this is where you have like your Eric Dyers, your Llorises, your Kanes, like your Bentancurs, your people in the center of the park who can actually just control, your Romeros, like guiding us through. Like, so I think a huge testament to Conte controlling the dressing room and actually making it a vibe of, you know, a club that players want to actually play at and think they can do something big at again. And we haven't seen that for, let's be honest, a little while.
You think he's shaking the Spursy tag from the team? The
Yeah, I think
mentality?
so. Yeah, totally. And I God, I hate that term, and I hate going into games like Norwich where we should, yeah, of course we should demolish them, and thinking like, oh, you know, until that first goal goes in, it's just nerve-wracking. Every second is just nerve-wracking. And that's just mentality again for us. But I think the other massive element this season, and I don't know if, like, for me, when I'm not at the away games, is hearing Spurs fans out-sing every other team in this league. All the other fans, we go to their stadiums and Spurs away fans out-sing everyone. And that is proper 12th man shit right there. Like 100%. You know, and when you're watching it, if you couldn't go and you're watching that, it makes you feel like proud to be a Spurs fan, you know? So like props to all the fans that went to all the away games and just made this club feel like a great club to support again, you know?
Yeah, and you know, the situation we're in now, Champions League football back at Tottenham. Conte looks like he's happy and looks like he's gonna be staying at this point. You never know, it changes day to day, but at the moment, after yesterday, he looked very, very happy. So looks like he's gonna be staying. Is this when have you ever been more excited about maybe what the future could hold for Tottenham and what we could do in the coming seasons?
It's obviously hard to compare, you know, that kind of like that little run 15, 16, you know, like where Poch's team had come of age, you know, and it was like, this is a strong, we could take on anyone in the world. Like at certain times, that's what it felt like around then. I feel like that with Conte, but I feel like the squad has a long way to go, you know, like it really does. And I'm super stoked that, you know, we buy in players of Kulusevski and Bentancur. I could have swore Kulusevski was going to go to Arsenal. Like, they really wanted him. I thought the guy was amazing. And then for us to get him, I was thinking, wow, like this is a big name, like up and coming, huge player. This guy could be a star of the world, you know, pretty soon. And then Bentancur, who's just more of a utility engine player. But I think he is such a graceful footballer. Most of the goals that we've scored in this second half of the season since he's come have been from his internal play out of the back and then cutting through the field. And just, he gives you an angle that we normally never had. You know, he's not supposed to be a playmaker. He's not Cam, and yet he gets assists. He plays the beautiful balls. He's like, you know, an intelligent footballer, you know? Like the way he played yesterday, I thought was just absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, I completely agree. I thought he was great yesterday, wasn't he? Talk to me about Sonny. Got the golden boot yesterday. What an achievement that was for him. And what you know, do you think now he'll start properly getting the recognition as one of the Premier League's best? Oh, there you go. Look at that.
Absolutely. And honestly, like every single.
And by the way, link is in description to get those shirts. They're bloody brilliant.
Every single person watching the stream should get one of those Son shirts because, and you can see he's loving that song as well, you know. So the thing is, like, for me, I think it's complete BS that if a player who scores 23 goals, all from play scoring, doesn't get, like, should get the outright boot. I don't think that if you've scored 12 pens in your 23 goals, that you should get the boot over someone who scored 23 strikes from play. That is a goal scorer. So if Son takes our pens, he scores 35 goals, or that's a lot of goals, right? He's into his 30s if he takes all the pens in this club. And so in some way, it's that's not to throw shade at Kane, because obviously he didn't really get started for a whole, half a season. But, scoring penalties is, again, it's just not as difficult as scoring in play. It's easier. You got no one in front of you. It's easier. So I can't say enough about Son. Like, there was obviously times this season where, because he's clearly overplayed. I don't know if there's a player alive. It's how they build athletes in South Korea. It's the kind of attention to their training, but he was overplayed at certain times this season, and yet he didn't fail and drift away. He knuckled down from that period where we were all talking about, look, should Son just be given a game to sit out? Like, because he's clearly, like, remember a couple of games where his touch was just off, and it was like, what's going on here? He knuckled down and scored 12 games in a row after that. Like, that is like insane level of like just pure determination, So I love the man. I genuinely, I hope he doesn't ever leave. I hope, when he dies, we have his burial, we bury him in the ground. I just think, like, he will go down as literally one of the greatest players that's ever played for Spurs.
Love that.
Agree with
Just
that.
before we let you go, Brains, what is your rating out of 10 for the season?
I'd say 7, because the first half of the season was it was like so up and down and in and out. But like, for Conte, though, he deserves like a 9. To turn around from where we were and where we thought we were going to be. Weren't we in 8th?
Ninth. When he came in, we were in 9th. Yeah.
But in March, we were 8th, I think.
Yeah, we were 8th when Arsenal had that 6-point advantage over us in a game in hand.
We watched our game in hand stuff completely go, and we were still nowhere. And then all of a sudden, it's like, and we're all, we're counting the last few games and what we need to do. And now, if you look at those last few games, sure, we dropped points to Brighton, but and we got a draw with Saints. But the thing is, we've got big results that we probably wouldn't have expected that we would get. So I would give Conte as a manager 10 out of 10. Like, because for what he's got, for most of the season, he had 16 professional players to, first teamers to pick from. That's insane. To be able to get top 4 in the Prem, like, when he says that's a trophy, I agree. Like, that level of turning a season around for a club that's basically floating down Schitt's Creek without a paddle, that's kind of a trophy work, So I'm massively excited. But score-wise for the season, though, it's hard to give it. It's probably a little bit harsh to say 7 out of 10, because the change in players like Ben Davies, Eric Dyer, like, Doherty, like the change that you can see, and even Emerson, the last few games, Emerson's been flawless. He puts in these brilliant tackles. He gets himself out of trouble with nice little trickery, and we've advanced a little bit better. I think Kulusevski, the reason Kulusevski is actually deceivingly fast is because, how people run and they want to run fast, they take bigger strides. That actually puts a lot more pressure on your hips and weight, because you're slamming down into the ground. He does these little steps, but he does more. And so that means that you can get quicker distance over short amounts of space. So 10 yards, he can kill a person because he does way less steps. So his body works less, and so he moves quicker. So, if we keep going and we bring in some players, like, I was going to say, you should have said to Michael, like, what he thought of Zelensky, because that's a player. Tell you what, if we get that guy in, if we could get players like Kostic, Zelensky, Bastoni, De Vrij, Terrier as a backup striker, and I'll tell you what, as the right wing back, I would still say, just go and get Adama Traore. Just go and get Adama Traore. Could you imagine our squad next year if we got like that type of quality?
Then all of a sudden, scary.
I think you're challenging. But the thing is, I actually think you need to. I think you can't even mess around going and getting a Spence or getting players who are not really competing at big clubs for big things. I think you have to get you have to get the guys who have got loads of assists and loads of goals, and you have to go and get those guys. Terrier scored 21 goals. Sure, it's La Liga, but it's Ligue 1.
I think. Liga, yeah.
Ligue 1, yeah, but still 21 goals. He's cheap. He's 12, 15 million euros. Like, go and get him in. He's going to be a backup striker, and he'll be a really good backup striker. So I think the market now is going to open up for us. Gabriel Jesus, I think go Arsenal. He's not going to come here. He's not going to be better on the right side than Kulu is. Of course, we need some kind of. I'd rather keep Lucas and Kulu and Lucas interchanging on the right side than Gabriel Jesus. Gabriel Jesus is a centre forward. He's not going to come off the left, so he's not going to come to Spurs with his name and only play a handful of games. So I think he's going to go to Arsenal and play every single week and boost his name a little further. But I actually don't really want him. I don't think he works the way we break and the way we move. So I would just go and get someone who's I'd get Darwin Núñez, just get a really good striker as a backup, who's actually not expensive,
And Philip Kostic, of course.
Kostic isn't that, yeah. I mean, they probably would boost them up a little bit after, winning, heartbreakingly beating Rangers to win the Europa. But God, you got to bring him in. Him or Theo Hernandez,
He's had a brilliant season, Theo Hernandez.
Theo Hernandez, yeah, absolutely. The two of them, I think, are vying for best left wing back. But then you look at Perisic's numbers, and Perisic has actually been better than both of them. Perisic has had the most man of the matches this season for Inter Milan, and he's 33 years old. But do you risk bringing a 33-year-old in when you can get Kostic or Theo Hernandez for another few years? I think you got to go for Kostic. I haven't seen anyone put a ball on a dime like that guy.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever seen that. The way that guy swings a ball into the box, it's a striker or it's anyone coming on the right side. It's a dream. So I say you got to get that guy. Please, let's get that guy. And what's happening with De Vrij? I thought De Vrij was available for 16, 20.
I think everything will become more clear in the next month or so. I mean, I'm just can't wait for this summer and to see who we are actually going to bring in.
You guys need to be doing weekly,
daily, my friend, daily, hourly,
hourly debates. It's first signing watch. But here's the thing. Here's a question I want to ask you guys. What was your We Are Tottenham TV moment of the season?
Me personally, I think it's got to be the turning point. It's got to be that substitution, Lucas Moura for Steven Bergwijn, in the Man United game when we lost 3-0. I think that was the turning point of the season.
Oh, yeah, when they fired Nuno, yeah.
Yeah.
I was away for that. No, I was away for the day after when we fired Nuno. I was in Spain. I missed it. I missed all the action. My We Are Tottenham TV moment of the season. Yeah, I think it has to be Bergwijn at Leicester. I think that was just incredible. 1 in a million thing to happen, and watch that in the away stadium was unbelievable. And then have Man City a few weeks later was also incredible. But I think Bergwijn just, and think now if Bergwijn doesn't score that, we're not in top 4, are we? So
yeah,
what a massive goal that was.
Yeah, so that's what main is. Sai and Sai bashing up the studio, headbutting the wall, going, "No, this is not."
He celebrates and he comes back. I think I've broken the studio.
That's cool. I think I've broken the studio. That's my moment of the season. That was just absolutely, fucking fits of hysteria there.
Yeah, but I think my real moment of the season was the North London derby just a few weeks ago because I think the atmosphere there, it felt like the old lane. It felt like we had really christened that new stadium that day, and it was that was my favourite moment of the season, beating them lot in that manner with that atmosphere. Just crazy.
Yeah. And look, let's hope it continues. But major props to you guys. I don't think people, I think they probably do know, watching you guys, that you're dead up, 100%. You are who you are. Every time that you, that I go and hang out with you guys or hook up or whatever, it's just, you're like the nicest fucking dudes, and let's not start sucking dicks around here. But genuinely, like, and I'm sure Jory will attest to this, and Jory was amazing to meet this season. Rez and his twin brother Eggy as well. I thought were the same person. But genuinely, this community of dudes and girls, that it's just sometimes football fans can be quite toxic and be quite, you know what I mean? This is like a proper loving, cool, down to earth family. Like, you guys have embraced me like, you know, like nothing else. And like, all I'm saying is, Fluka Modric over there, and that's me. Better be ready. You and Danny.
I'm ready, mate. I'm ready. I'm ready.
For me and Rez.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Brilliant. Big
All
up
right,
to you,
dudes.
Brains, mate. Thanks for calling in all throughout the season as well, mate. It's been an absolute pleasure having you on. Looking forward to more call-ins in the future, mate. And look, we've got the joint birthday thing coming. I've got to arrange it, mate. So let's get it. Let's get it started.
Let's do a crazy big pool night and get Sean Butler involved with those midget hookers. I'm up for that. And Sean Butler, Sean, give me your your bank details, because the easiest, nicest, happiest 50 quid I ever spent was betting you that Arsenal wouldn't finish them up.
Love that.
And unlike Stell, no, I'm not wearing any shitty Arsenal strip.
Big up, Brains. Been a pleasure speaking to you all
Nice one,
season,
man.
mate, and I'll speak to you in a bit.
No worries. Nice one, guys.
Nice one, Brains.
Cheers. Let's keep going, guys. Bloody hell, 3 hours and 40 minutes we've been going for.
This is end of a season stream to end all streams.
Yeah, I think we'll stop dead on 4 hours just because we got the top four.
Exactly. An hour for each position.
Let's go on to Saudi Spurs. How are you, my friend?
I'm good, alright. How are you?
Yes, good, thanks. Good, thanks. I'm guessing you're calling from Saudi Arabia.
Exactly.
How did you enjoy that game yesterday?
Honestly, I was studying for the first half, and I really regretted studying at this time. But
you should regret it. It was an unbelievable game.
No problem. Yes. Well, the Newcastle game. I'd just like to point out the Newcastle game. Again, I was asleep because I had school. But I just remember my dad waking me up, telling me Newcastle will 2-0 up. This was the greatest moment.
Yeah, unbelievable. You seem to miss. Yeah, it seems to be all going right whenever you miss a game. Apparently, that's what I'm gathering.
Yeah. I even missed Leicester City 3-2.
Well, there you go. Maybe you should just miss most games, and maybe we'll win the league.
We'll
next
let
season.
you know what happens after. Just ask us after the game.
That's what I'm thinking.
Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, look, Champions League coming back to Tottenham. How excited are you for that next season?
Yeah, I'm very excited. I think the last time I saw Tottenham playing at the Champions League was 2019 under Mourinho. It was absolutely horrendous display. To be honest, I think it was against Leipzig 4-1 or something like that. But other than that, I'm very excited. I did not expect at all to get even top 4. I thought would finish in top 6 or something. But I'm pretty happy with the end result.
Yeah, I think we all are. And obviously, what do you rate the season out of 10 for you? What if you give the rating out of 10?
I'd say an 8. I'd say an 8. Of course, I'd hope that we would win the next season. I think I really want us to win a trophy next season, and plus top 3. But I don't have, and of course the summer signings. I've been reading about some transfers, and I'm really
Who have you been
hyped
dreaming
to
of?
get Kostic.
Kostic. Yeah, brilliant player.
I mean, his crossing is just absolutely insane.
It really is.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Sessegnon is great, but he still needs some improvement.
And in terms of signings, we signed Romero, Kulusevski this year. Who would you say was the better signing?
I think Romero missed quite a lot of the first half of the season.
Yeah.
Yes. So, but for me, I think I might have to go with Romero. He he did show up to matches like Brighton, Liverpool game. He was also very good at that game. And if it was even to Sanchez, I don't think he would put in the performances just like he did. The aggression, and let's not forget Leicester's goal, 3-1. I think he just put in two amazing tackles that led to a goal.
Yeah, true, absolutely brilliant. All right, and last week, Sonny getting the golden boot. What an achievement that was for him. What do you have to say about Heung-min Son at the end of the season?
He is really a hard worker. I just love this man. I wished that he, got more goals than Salah, but who cares? he still got the boot, the golden boot.
100%, and what a player he's been for Tottenham this season. So yeah, look, what do you think we're going to be challenging for next season? What are you hoping for?
Yeah, Chelsea's form has not been great. I think the Ibrahimovic thing is still going on. So I might have to say top 3, plus a trophy. A trophy would be absolutely amazing.
Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it. Thanks for coming on, my friend. Thanks for coming on, and hopefully we'll speak to you soon.
Nice one. Great call.
Have a good day.
And to you, my friend.
Nice
and to you. Another super chat here from Santush saying Antonio Contana is one of the best Spurs gaffers and hasn't been there for a full season. Give him the tools so he can be the Scarface of the EPL. Absolutely love that.
That'd be brilliant.
We've got some more guests.
And Aussie Spurs and Juve fan. Huh?
Yeah, go on, read that one out.
He says, "Hi guys, great podcast. I stay up to watch you guys. It's 12:38 a.m. in Sydney, Australia. Happy late birthday, Sim. I can't wait to fly 26 hours to London next season to watch Spurs in the Champions League. None of us can. And thank you for the birthday wishes. Much appreciated, mate."
All right, let's go on to our next caller. And that is Iggy, sporting his Italian hat, his Tottenham shirt. And what a weekend he's had. Not only has he seen Spurs get into the top 4, but also AC Milan won the Serie A as well. Iggy, how are you feeling? Oh, you're on mute.
Oh.
I've done this last time I came on.
Yeah. You're not the only one, mate. Don't worry.
Absolutely buzzing, boys. Absolutely buzzing. But before I go any further, I have to share something with you that cheered me up. And I heard it this morning as soon as I wake up. And it's probably one of my favourite shows of all time, Only Fools and Horses. And it goes something like this, guys. Romero's got you in the pocket. From Paris, London to Milan. We got Kane and Sonny and Antonio, Conte and Rodrigo. He's the man. He came from Juventus with the ginger sweet. Dejan Kulusevski, Tottenham Hotspur. I'm the only team in North London playing the Champions League. All together, la 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 la.
Go on, Iggy, big up.
Oh, mate, listen, I tell you. Listen, this morning I went to bed last night, and honestly, I can tell you something, right? I felt like I woke up and I had the taste of honey coming out of my mouth. It was just so sweet, mate. So sweet. And this, guys, let me show you something real quick. You see this one here? It's beautiful, isn't it? It's back, baby.
Stunning.
It's back.
So
it's back.
good. Oh, so good. Play
Guys,
it. Go
where
on,
do we
play
start? Where do you start?
Hit that
Take it away.
Every person has been in serenity every time they want to listen to it.
You know what? Opera isn't even my thing, but honestly, that is just I could hear the whole version, the full version of it from beginning to end. It's just majestic. It's so wonderful to have it back at the stadium again. It's just beautiful. I mean, I listened 180 minutes yesterday. I did, yes, 180 minutes because I watched the Norwich Spurs game, and then I followed that with the Milan game. And honestly, it was so intense. And it was my Sim, happy birthday, by the way. It was also my brother's birthday as well.
Happy
22nd.
birthday to your brother.
It's
Iggy.
so many weird because you got 22nd of May links us because of my brother's birthday too. 12th of June is my birthday. Now we know what that links to as well. It's just it's weird. These dates are kind of just linking up.
It's all aligned. It's all aligned, Mikey.
Yeah, it's all aligned. And you know what's aligned? Antonio Conte.
Hey.
Antonio! None of it, listen, guys, none of it would have been possible without, he's been the biggest signing of the season by a country mile. We've got pre-Conte, 4 out of 10, and we'll go into the scores as well. The team, 7 out of 10 from what they did after. So that's 4 out of 10 pre-Conte, 7 out of 10 post-Conte, but the main man, Conte himself, 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 because what he's been able to do in such a short space of time, where other managers have been spending money and 3 years in the process, have brought, they brought European football back to the Emirates. So well done to them, by the way, because they obviously went from not playing any football during the week and they've gone to playing Thursday nights. But we have a song about that. Oh, what a night!
Oh, what a night!
Watching Tottenham on a Wednesday
night. You played Thursday because you're
shy.
What a feeling, what a night.
Guys, that's the song I am looking so forward to singing my absolute heart out at the stadium next season. It's been so long since we sang that, and do you know what? It not only is it brilliant the fact that we're back on Tuesday, Wednesday night. It's also the fact that they were on Thursday night, so it ties in beautifully. So we're happy that they made Thursday night because it allows us to sing that song.
But don't worry, Icky, they've overachieved this season, so it's all good.
Oh yeah,
it's all good.
They're always overachieving, those guys, and all of a sudden, I love the way that you know, they're winning, you know, wow, we won Champions League football. Now it's like, it wasn't that big a deal, was it? No, all of a sudden they're trying to play it down. Like, it's no big thing.
It was like the be-all and end-all before that North London derby. It was literally the be-all and end-all. And now, it's only Champions League. We've been in it for 20 years in a row.
We took it on that North London derby day, guys. And let me just spend a minute on that one. I arrived there about 5 o'clock, 5:30. A few of the guys that you've had on as well, they were already there from way before I finished work. I walked that whole height from Northumberland Park Road, where you park the cars and the Sainsbury's and stuff. I walked that whole high street going to the number 8 pub. I walked it and I just thought, you know what? This is something else. I felt like I didn't feel like I was in North London. I felt like I was in Europe for the Rome derby or the Real Madrid. It was just so fireworks, flares, smoke. I've never seen things like that in London ever. No one goes to London seeing these things, but this felt like more of a European match. Like, you know, it was intense. It was just nothing that I've never seen before in any North London derbies ever. So we took it, and then when they came, I don't even want to tell you guys what. Well, you guys were there. You saw what we gave them when they started making their way into the stadium.
Damn right.
And then we took it to the streets, we took it to the terraces, and then we waited for kickoff. And all of a sudden, I'll just see, you know what? If these boys, and I'm talking about their boys because we've got men in our team, their boys come through the tunnel and out there, and they're going to look around, they're going to see, oh shit, this is, you know, it was one of them nights, and they were broken. By the end of it, they were absolutely broken. Gabriel, let me say something about Gabriel, because I have to say this, because it's been, you know what, I'm getting all my stones out of my shoes today because I've been saving them all, right? Let me say something about, let me tell you something about Gabriel that day, what happened to him. 5 minutes ago, apparently, he's pulled his hamstring. Although he turned up from the start against Newcastle 3 or 4 days later. But I'll tell you what happened to the Arsenal fans. If you're tuned in, I'll tell you what happened to him. His butthole left his bum and landed on our pitch, and he just couldn't play anymore. 5 minutes to go, he's decided, mate, he's had enough. He needs to walk off. And that's meant to be one of your leaders. One of your leaders, like equivalent of our Romero, decided he's going to leave that pitch and leave your team, who's down to 10 men, to head to the showers. His butthole went, and I thought, you know what? If that guy doesn't start from against Newcastle on a Monday night, then I might consider the fact that he really did have a hamstring issue. However, he started and he finished that whole Newcastle game. His butthole went, as is the whole team's. We absolutely broke them. We broke them, like I said, on the streets, on the terraces, and on the pitch. And by the time they faced Newcastle, they had nothing left. They had nothing left. They said, take the Champions League, boys. Week's too much for us. We can't deal with that. Take it, Spurs. And that's what we did. We took it to them. We took it to Burnley. We went over to Norwich. done the job. No goals conceded. Forget about it.
Forget about it.
Forget about it.
Absolutely brilliant stuff, Iggy. Iggy, we're going to have to leave it there because we still got to
Yeah,
get through some more guests. But thank you so much for calling in. I'm loving the
Guys,
passion.
can I just say something? I
course
want to
you
say
can.
something to you boys. Listen, I know I'm going to line up with what the other guys have said. You guys, whenever I meet you face to face, you boys are always absolutely brilliant with me and have been from day one. I love spending that 5-10 minutes that we have. I know you guys always a match day are super duper busy, but the time that we get before and after is always a pleasure. And honestly, I hope to do many things together soon as well the next season and hang out and do videos together because I absolutely love seeing you boys as well as all the other guys that you guys have spoken to. Brilliant boys. I wish you all the best as well for whatever, however, where you want to take this channel. I wish you guys all the best with it and I enjoy seeing you boys. Well, now it's going to take a little bit of a while. Daniel Levy, we've made top 4. It's over to you. Back this manager, or who hell's going to break loose? I'll tell you that now. Back
Iggy,
it.
I want to see you on more watch-alongs next season. I really do.
No. Do you know what, guys? Honestly, I would love to do today. I had to take a day off because I knew if things went the way that I hoped, I would need a day off today. And that is why I'm here because normally I'll be working, so I can't ever hardly make the fan show. But whenever I can, I will always come on and speak to you boys with much pleasure. Yes, of course, we'll do more watch along next season, 100%. I'll definitely be doing that.
Big up, Iggy.
Big up to you, Iggy.
Thanks for having me
pleasure
on,
spending
guys.
time with you,
and
mate.
as always, forever always.
Come on, you
Spurs!
Come on! Big up, Iggy.
I absolutely
Big up,
love
Iggy.
that.
Absolutely love that guy. Absolutely top class. And another guy who I absolutely love. It's my grandpa. Long time no see, grandpa on the streams. Let's bring him on. How you doing, grandpa?
Oh, great. Really great. Happy birthday, Simeon.
Thank you, grandpa. I saw you yesterday.
What a wonderful birthday present.
Couldn't have wished for anything more.
Absolutely fantastic. Yeah. Good to see you guys. Good to see you guys. What do you want me to say?
I want you to say how you're feeling. How are you feeling when you're watching the game yesterday? And how do you feel the job Antonio Conte is doing at Spurs?
I think that Conte has made us. Conte has brought out into the players that we were ready to sell, like Davis, and he's got them to play out of their skins. I think he's got a real big problem because he's spent, is it 8 games or 9 games with the same team, except for when there's been injuries?
Yeah,
more or less, yeah.
And he's done that absolutely deliberately. Now he's got a team. Now he's going to bring in new players, and he's virtually got to start again to build them into a team, which or maybe even 2 teams, because I think that's the way he works. He actually gets them to really get to know each other, and when they know each other, they know where to put the ball. They know how hard to push all the time, and that's been his brilliance, I think, in the last few months that he's been there. Just fantastic, and I really do take my hat off to him. How he brings the best out in everybody. Emerson. I mean, he's brought him from somebody that was really not doing much at all to being a really a good winger, not just a back, but a good winger. And he's going to have a real job because, who does he really need? Who's going to drop and who's he going to bring in? And then how does he make that into a team? I don't think we have to worry about that last bit because he knows how to do that.
Definitely.
But it was so exciting, and it was great. It was a great game. I mean, and I was so pleased with Son those last 2 goals. That was just brilliant.
It seemed like it wasn't going to happen for him at some stage. I mean, he kept missing a few chances, and then it was all just focused around getting him those goals, wasn't it, at the end?
Yeah, but particularly Mora.
Yeah,
Mora was working hard to give him the ball.
Yeah,
and I take my hat off. I thought Mora had a good time when he was on the pitch.
He did, yeah.
That team was a disaster. So Norwich was a disaster. So we can't count too many points for it, but nevertheless, we still got a much better prediction than I thought. I thought 3-0 would be good, but getting 5 was incredible, and we could have had more than that.
It should have.
So,
Yeah, and you know, Antonio Conte, Grandpa, he's notoriously a difficult man to please, and even in his time at Tottenham, you know, he's had rants and he's had outbursts about things which he's not happy about. Well, Levy's got a big job making him happy in the summer. Do you think he's up to it?
Levy?
Yeah, Levy.
Levy will be fine. Levy will be fine. I don't think there's. I mean, to start with, we've got an influx of money.
Mm-hmm.
We're fourth. Was it 100-odd million?
Yeah, being in the Champions League.
Yeah, so you know he's got the money that'll relieve his pressure. He's made a decision that he's going to part with some players. I don't think he'll have a problem. I don't think he'll have a problem with Levy. I think Levy loves them as much as we do, and Levy sees his strengths, and knows that he's not going to move away from the way he works. And I don't think he'll stay if Levy doesn't give him giving him his way. And I think we're in for a very, very exciting season next season. I think it's really, really great.
Yeah, and we got Champions League football for the first time in 3 years. And you excited to hear that music again back at the stadium? It's been a while.
Yeah, and don't forget that our team were the only team to beat or draw with Liverpool and Manchester City.
Very true.
The two best teams we either beat or drew.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's our strength. It's an incredible strength that team that we've got, second-hand team as far as Conte is concerned, built up to be able to draw or win with them.
Absolutely.
And so we are a good team, even with the players we've got. So what he brings in can only enhance it. And I'm really excited for next year. I really am. I really think we should go for a Liverpool foursome.
Yeah, well,
quadruple we're going for next year. Yeah.
Oh, so that's always Mr. Positive, Grandpa. You know, we've got everything in place now, don't we? We've got the manager, the stadium. We've got top players in their prime up front. You know, it's all it's all set up for us to be going in the right direction, isn't it?
Yeah. One other thing in place as well, and that's the money.
Yeah. Exactly. So there's no excuses now, is there?
There's no excuses. That's right. The only excuse would be if he can't get the players he wants because somebody else gets there first. But I mean, I think we have a better chance of even getting the players wanting to join us now that we're in the top four. And I think there's going to be a lot of changes from some of the English teams. There might be some good players there that we should be looking at.
Yeah.
But we shall see.
It's
great, very exciting. And I would agree with Iggy. I think you guys have done even though you're family, you've done a fantastic job. You're the best. You're the best in the business. Absolutely fantastic. Come on, you Spurs!
Come on, you Spurs!
No bias there from Grandpa as always.
Grandpa. Thank you so much for coming on, and we'll speak to you very, very soon.
See you soon, Grandpa. Lovely to see you again.
Cheers.
And we'll see you very soon.
Bye.
See you. Lovely.
All right. Next up is Rez. Bang on 4 hours for the top four. Big up, Rez. Let's bring him on.
How are you, chaps?
Very good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Still a bit tired after yesterday's exertions, but yeah. Good.
Yeah, I mean, brilliant job on the watch along and the fan show again, once again yesterday. So thank you for that.
No, it's entirely my pleasure and privilege. Thank you very much.
No problem at all. Let's start off with getting your rating out of 10 for the season.
I'm going to say a 7.
7. Why is that?
Yeah, we had a difficult start, and then the savior arrived, and basically changed the club. But I don't see the sort of part season that Conte has been here as really the Conte era yet. That was the preamble to it, and it's building that base, building that foundation, which I think he's now not necessarily completed totally, but has essentially done the major works, and his era can now start. His era, the first day of his era is today, in my view, and we're going to see. I'm hoping, I'm praying that we're going to see some real fundamental changes at Spurs that have been sorely needed for a while now. So yeah, a 7 because we got a good result out of it.
How do you compare the state of maybe the club of when we were moving out of White Hart Lane in that last season when we were unbelievable, didn't lose a game that year at White Hart Lane, to now? I mean, which kind of side is more equipped to start winning big things?
I'd say this side. What we had with Pochettino was some wonderful circumstances all coming together. We had a really young, hungry, energetic squad to go with a young, hungry, energetic manager. And the two worked really well together. When you saw Spurs play, there was a fearless verve about the way that we conducted ourselves on the pitch. And it sometimes would let us down because that's what inexperience will do. It takes huge amounts of talent to get over the obstacle of not having enough experience. It was an old truism in football that you don't win anything with kids, although obviously Man United's sort of young generation did put pay to that a little bit. But there's nothing that quite makes up for experience in a squad. When you look at our squad now, there are young players there, but a lot of them are veterans as well. They've had the rough edges knocked off them. They don't play with quite the same fearlessness because there have been adverse conditions that have made them fearful in some conditions. What we've needed is that manager like Antonio Conte to come in and be able to get the sort of hunger and energy out of the younger players in the squad, and also to tap into the experience of the older ones and get their mentality to fit what he needs. And I think he's done that this season. I think he's managed to blend, energy with experience in a squad that was pretty dysfunctional when he first took over, to actually get them over the line, to get them something. And so I think that's what we saw from him. Give him his head, give him his the players that he wants, let him build the squad that he wants, and he will be able to work that magic again because he's done it everywhere he's gone. That's why he's one of the best managers in the world. It's not even a subjective opinion. You cannot claim that Conte is not one of the best managers in the world, given what he's done. That's what I'm looking forward to. That's what I'm hoping for next season, that foundation's built and he can now start putting together the new Tottenham Hotspur.
Yeah, no, that's what we're hoping for. And obviously there's a big job now in the summer in terms of signing players, the rebuild. Conte wants a certain 6 players or 8 players before we go to South Korea. He wants them ready for the pre-season. He's obviously a notoriously hard man to please, but do you think Levy's up to the task?
Would take it would take supreme stupidity to not do it. It would take someone who is either woefully ill-equipped to run a football club, or someone who has absolutely no interest in doing so, to not back Conte. And a lot of fans, and I agree with them, have been saying that if he doesn't do it this time, his time will, there will be no escape for him from the fan base. I think it's actually worse than that, because we don't live in a bubble as Spurs fans. The club doesn't exist in a bubble. There are other observers too. And there have been noises from the media to say, give Conte the money that he needs to build the squad. If Daniel Levy fails to do that, and Conte will walk if that happens, he walked away from a title-winning Inter Milan because they would not acquiesce to his demands for the squad, remember? Yeah? There is what can Tottenham offer him to stay if he walked away from a title-winning side like that? And if Daniel Levy doesn't do that, it won't just be the Spurs fans that will be scrutinising him and criticising him. It will be the whole of the footballing world. You know, we were a banter club when Nuno was in charge already. We will go from being the joke of the league to being almost like the pariahs, because we would have thrown away one of the best managers in the world with no real reason for doing so.
Absolutely, we agree. But lastly, tell me about Champions League football next season. How are you excited to have that back, and at the expense of Arsenal as well? Tell me a little bit about that.
I think it's wonderful. I think it's going to be fun to have those nights at the Lane again. I wasn't a season ticket holder last time, but I am now, so I get access to tickets a lot sooner. It's going to be great to actually have some Champions League football. It's an exciting time to be a Spurs fan, but we are at a sliding doors moment. We really
absolutely. Absolutely.
We can go down one of two paths here, and it really is in the hands of the club's executive as to which direction we end up going in. It could be a glorious time for Spurs coming, or it could be a time of desolation. So we're going to have to wait and see.
All right.
High stakes.
Massive stakes.
Absolutely. Can I just say, before I go, I just wanted to wish Sim a happy birthday for yesterday.
Thank you, Rez.
Obviously, I didn't get to tell you directly because we were both busy.
I think so.
It's all good. So happy about that. Happy had a great. Well, you must have had a great time.
I did. It was one of my better birthdays, that's for sure. One of my better ones.
I'll bet.
Lovely.
Rez.
Thanks a lot, Rez. And thanks again for all your great work over the season, mate. Especially the last couple months. It's been unbelievable. And you've been a great addition to the channel. Everyone's loving you, so really appreciate it.
Big love to everyone as well. Thank you to everyone who's complimented me, and thank you for everyone who's commented. It's been a lot of fun to do. I've absolutely loved doing it, and thank you again for giving me the chance to do so.
Big up, Rez.
Nice
We'll speak to you soon.
Cheers, mate. All right.
Is that the last? That is the last.
Wow.
Yeah, basically nearly bang on 4 hours.
Great into the show.
4 hours and 8 minutes for the
What a
top
show.
4. So big up to everyone that has
four-hour
got
top four
involved
stream. There you go.
in the stream today. We've had a crazy amount of super chats, a crazy amount of guests calling in, and just good vibes and good energy all round, which is what I love to see, really. So
And you want to end the poll as well, I guess?
Oh yeah, let's see what this poll is. We've got 4,500 votes, 53% for Kulusevski, 47% for Romero. So that is a very tight poll there for that amount of voters as well.
A lot of voters there, 4,500. Wow.
So look, just to let you guys know, the t-shirts are still on sale, Sonny and Paratici t-shirts. So if you want to get those, the link is pinned to the top of the comments and also in the description below. Brilliant t-shirts. They're literally flying off the shelves at the moment. And just one last super chat from Jaden Horsley saying, big up to you guys. Happy birthday, Sim, from Australia. Waking up at 1, 2 and 4 a.m. has been so worth it. Let's have a great transfer window.
Brilliant stuff. And did you read the one from Brian Daigle as well?
No.
He says, we love you, Grandpa. We do. We can't wait to see you very, very soon. A gentleman's gentleman.
Absolutely.
Gotta love Brian. Gotta love Grandpa. Our two favourite Brians. Lovely stuff. And yeah, well, look, what a great show, guys. Thank you for everyone. It's been a mammoth show, but look, top 4 is worth every second of it. So thank you, everyone, for interacting.
Yeah, and stay tuned because player ratings and the 5 takeaways are coming your way today as well. So thank you, everyone, for watching today. Like, subscribe, and comment. And as always, come on, you Spurs.